we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And if it's all right with the board, we'll go ahead and dispense with the Pledge of Allegiance, salute to the New Mexico flag and acknowledgement of federal land. We don't have a flag for audience here. So that would take us on to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, second. Thank you, Sarah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay, that takes us on to Roman numeral 2, board discussion and possible action. We will be handing leadership and facilitation over to Zach Taylor, the Executive Director of the Center for Transforming Education. And let me also just say thank you especially to the Santa Fe Public School staff for being here today on Saturday. I really appreciate you. And thank you, Superintendent and board members, for being here, showing up, doing the work. Appreciate it. Okay, Zach.
Thank you. Great. Good morning, you all. It's really good to be in a room with you. This is a special moment for me, honestly. Most of you know, I was born and raised here in Santa Fe and graduated from Capitol High, right, in 1996. Sure, if we all just name dropped for 2 seconds, we'd find a bunch of people in common we know growing up here. And then to be able to be here and look to see how we together can find a common focus to move the public schools forward is something that has been part of, I feel like kind of one of my life works to arrive at this moment, to be here, and then the work will continue from here. This is just the beginning. But it's something that's really important to me personally. I wanted to start with that personal note because this is a district that helped raise me and has helped raise my kids and is really close to my heart. And let's just do what we can together to make it better even, right? And to keep growing it and work on our continuous improvement work. So that's what we're here to do, is to find what that looks like and find the commonalities here. So just a little reminder about kind of who I am and where we've been at the center, just briefly. So I came back after going to school outside of New Mexico, came back to teach here and work within the system here. After 15 years of being a teacher, first job was at Ortiz Middle School, then worked in the schools, had a little hiatus in Detroit, Michigan for a bit, and got my master's degree there actually in social justice. Came back and then helped start the master's program at Charter High School with the leadership team there to see what we could do to kind of push the envelope in education and see what that would look like in that place. And then I moved out because I wanted to return back to the public schools and see what I could do to help from a consultant and training and doing this type of work that I've been doing now for 8 years in districts across northern New Mexico. Done some work in Missouri. I've even done some work internationally. Done and coached executives across the country, both the school leadership and also with mission-driven businesses. Part of my schema, honestly, comes a little bit from a broader organizational development background, which I've studied. I have a systems thinking advanced facilitation certificate as well as an executive coach with an emotional intelligence leadership certificate. So really trying to create the tools that can best help me really help us think about what school leadership looks like, what organizational development looks like, what strategic design and systems planning really can be. So just wanted to say this is the background I've been developing over the years, and all for this moment, I really feel like, so that we can really find a way to push forward in an intentional and in a way that brings in design thinking, and it brings in something that I think is really important, and it's something that the superintendent and I have talked a lot about, which is called coherence. It's really at the center of our model there. It's a culture of deeper learning, and what that relies on all around is the centered coherence of work, a collective aspiration at the top. Nested patterns of positive school culture, of empathy and compassion, of courage, of shared leadership that exist all the way from the board to the janitor's closet, to the classroom, to the teacher's lounge, right? That these nested patterns can show up all through our system. And then that the leaders, us, the teachers, the students, the families, all of them have those moments of leadership. When all of us are realizing that we are just learners as well, we're learning as we go, and that we can have these cycles of improvement, we can have these iterations and move and like adopt and adapt and adopt and adapt again. That's how transformation is made. So we call this the human-centered school transformation model because it's really based on these human behaviors, these human systems that we are working to cultivate and foster here. So that's a little bit about us. So again, our organization was founded by a woman named Linda Hankey, who was a superintendent who turned around a school district outside of St. Louis from being one of the lowest performing districts in the entire state. There was significant challenges in that district with poverty, with honestly institutional and structural racism, things that they were really dealing with on a really high level. She was able to turn that around and make it one of the top 20 districts in the state. So much so that if you know the site Edutopia has profiled those schools there as schools that work. There's videos you could see online. It's quite the story. And this model comes from that story and what she did, and then what we've been able to do. And she brought me in to really think about what this could look like here in Santa Fe, especially, northern New Mexico. She's since retired, and now I'm the executive director, and here we are in the ground running. So this is the background that informs this work here. Any questions or comments about anything I said so far? Okay. All right, let's look at our agenda here. Arrival, good work. Everybody do this. Put your hand up, pat your back. Yeah, Saturday morning, good. We've done that. Check it off. Coffee and pastries. Boom. We're setting the stage now. That's going to go on for a couple more slides, and then we'll get right into why we serve, and then our transformational process and strategic framework overview. We'll talk just briefly about what led us to get here, just to remind everybody, and then Dr. Griffin is going to go ahead and come up here, and she's going to go through the strategic framework. She's been cultivating and facilitating multiple high-level conversations about what the strategic framework could be, and it's in draft form. And so we have something I think pretty substantial to show you all, which was the hope that we could actually do a lot of work ahead of time with the folks that are in the cabinet, with principals who are on the ground in the schools, the executive team, so that we have something for you all to really reflect on and respond to, and also integrate your priorities to. So that's our work today. Lunch may or may not be right there. It might be kind of like in the middle of this. We'll see how the timing goes. We're going to work to align the board priorities, and we'll have a whole activity that we do with that. And then we'll spend some time on our next steps and thinking about what our continuous improvement cycle looks like at the end, and then a closing at the very end. All right, that's this part. Always I start with every group that I work with just bringing some norms front and center for us and front of mind for us. And you do have, by the way, a copy of all of these slides in your packet there. So can somebody read these for me? Somebody just read these, the ones that are in this box here.
Present and engaged, fully immerse yourself in discussions, respect all voices, value diverse perspectives and ideas, assume positive intent, approach conversations with trust and openness, step up or step back. If you talk a lot, make space. If you're reserved, lean in and engage. Actively listen. Ask clarifying questions if needed. Give each speaker your full attention.
How's that sound, everybody? Good. Do like a little thumbs up? Yeah? All right. Just to be clear, Dr. Griffin, I know you invited staff here, which I think is great. I'm really glad to hear them. Can you want to clarify how much participation are you thinking that would be helpful from them or not?
Thank you. I appreciate both Deputy Gardner and Deputy Holliday being here today. They are observers today, and they're also helping me collect some information from your sort of agreement over the priorities and goals, so that way we can produce like a one-pager on the district and include those in draft working.
Okay. Good. So our desired outcomes by the end of the day. We want to identify key priorities, right, that you all have that integrate with where we've come so far with the strategic goals and strategic framework that we've identified so far, which is aligning with the district goals there. We do want to foster a shared commitment, and this is a high-level commitment of building a unified vision for our district. And that's going to be more in our hearts, as cheesy as that sounds, but it's real. This is something real. The more we can come together around a common vision that's heart-centered, that's this human-centered piece, that says we all care about a primary goal, which is to help our students and families thrive, right? Some version of that. That's going to help all of the rest of the details come together. The rest are just details, honestly. If there's anybody here who has something other than that, in that they don't actually agree with some part of that, I think it's going to be a little harder for us to do what we need to do as a district. But if we recognize that front and center are our families and students and their success and their thriving, there's nothing we can't do, you guys. There's nothing a district can't create. There's nothing that a whole staff can't put together. And the rest are just details. And of course, there's a lot of details. And that's part of what we're working on today. No joke, of course. We're not going to be blind to the challenges. We're not going to have toxic positivity here about and pretend like things don't exist. Not interested in that. But I am interested in the thing pulling us forward, that brings us forward, is this heart-centered work that we get to do. We get to do this work. This is a special place. The public has entrusted us with it, and it is a privilege. This is how I see it. I'm saying this not because I think you don't think this, but because I just want to bring it close and front and center into the room here. And then we're also going to talk about what communication and reporting of this strategic framework looks like and how we're going forward. And you'll notice that I'm using the word strategic framework going forward. Kate, can you talk a little bit about why we're using that word strategic framework in your mind? Do you have a sense?
I guess because the frame allows for the structural pieces to be clear and strong while there's flexibility within the details, the basics.
That's exactly how I see it too. Exactly. Right? I didn't mean to put you on the spot like a test, but because you had used that word originally with me, and you were the one when we talked. You and I talked. We talked about the value of that word, so I wanted to get your voice in it. And I think that's exactly how I see it too. So I think what we're looking at, you all, is because the difference between a plan and a framework is a plan connotes something like we're going to do this and this and this and this and then this and this and this and this. And where do most strategic plans end up in districts? On a shelf somewhere collecting dust. And then people, if they're not, maybe they look at it a little bit, maybe they're kind of checking in every now and then. Most of the time, it just goes back to status quo and putting out fires and whatever the sparkly priority is of the day. A strategic framework, the way that can we use first names in this moment? Is that okay? The way that Kate just talked about is it allows us to have. It's important to have a plan. It's important to have some place to structure us because otherwise we're all over the place, right? So we're going to be. That's what we're looking at here. But within there, we can be fluid, responsive, checking in on it, reflecting with each 45-day plan. We'll talk more about the 45-day plan as part of this part here, instead of this large plan of reflecting, waiting until we get 2 years into it and then reflecting how we've done. We're going to reflect every 45 days and report back on that. We have a specific scorecard to help us do that. And that's going to be part of our communicating, reporting, and working with each other to move forward, to move this forward. Any questions about anything I've said so far? Anything else?
Yeah.
Dr. Griffin, please. Yeah. Please.
So one of my observations when coming to San Jose Public Schools last year was that we have several different departments, and they were all functioning well independently of each other with their own strategic plans. And so coming back together with a framework that's, structures the district, aligns all those departments together, and they're beautiful teams that work really well together. We just want them moving towards the same direction.
Well said. Thanks. Okay, so kind of connecting back to the heart-centered moment for all of us here, I want to just start with sort of some tone setting here. a little bit of focus. So share one experience, and you can take a moment to write this down even if you want. This past year that reminded you why you serve on the Board of Education. Why do you serve? So one specific experience that sort of touched you in that place of yeah, I'm glad I'm doing this. Some experience you've had in the past year. Take a moment to write down. You might have more than one. You can use the notebook that each one of you got, or right there on your slides, on your packet. Who would like to start sharing? Carmen, you want to give us a start?
Me?
Yeah.
Not really, but I said that I like being able to connect the superintendent to important people that I know.
Oh, great. Yeah. It's hugely important, and it's for somebody coming in, especially kind of newer to the place, the area, to be able to connect her in. Hugely
I'm
important.
really excited about our next meeting too,
Oh yeah.
because it's going to be at the Botanical Gardens, and I have yet to be there.
Nice. So people and places then around town. Good. Thank you. Sorry, yeah.
It's surprising that this moment was from a really challenging thing that we did in the last year, but around the EJ school closure,
Yeah.
there was a parent who spoke every time during public forum, and at one of our last meetings, she said, "I realize now that there's no easy decision.
Yeah.
That this is really, really challenging, and to see how much the board has struggled and thought about this and all of the different perspectives, and it was like she'd had this light bulb moment,
Yeah.
and it sort of highlighted to me how those challenges, if we navigate them in a way that is good with our community, that they can kind of learn with us about the situation that we're in. And I felt good about the fact that folks were finally able to see the challenges that we were trying to figure out.
Great. There's something important, I think, behind what you're saying there. I just want to highlight, which is that people won't have the space to have some understanding until they feel listened to, almost always. So somewhere in there, this person felt listened to. And that's a key part of the process and how you all held that space for folks. That's really good. Thank you. Yeah.
So this last month has been crappy because of all the, anger and hate that I've gotten. Not in terms of anything other than this website that people have been sharing with me, and there's a family that has been calling out certain staff members, saying that they did this and they did that, and this website is one-sided kind of side of the coin, saying that the district did this and the district did that, and they named people. But then yesterday, I got to go over to Santa Fe Hyatt, the school supply giveaway, and I watched those very people who were being called out on this very political, very awful website, in my opinion.
What website?
It's I don't remember the name of it. It's something. It's one of the. It's in one of the board superintendent updates.
I can share.
Okay.
And so I watched these people. I'm not going to name them, but I watched the staff members that were called out in the stories that have been circulating. I watched them talk to people. I watched them talk to each other. I watched them talk to the families when they got school supplies. And I said, that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Independent of anything that we're doing today, I said that's why I'm here, because we need to make sure that we're looking at all sides of the coin, not just one side of the political coin or another side of the political coin. And we need to understand that the that actually are boots on the ground care deeply and would never do anything heinous to any family. And so that is why I'm here, to make sure that I am doing my part to ensure that all sides of the coin are.
Nice. Thanks, Mike. Good example.
The experience that I have is the graduation at Capitol this last year, and how many teachers were complimenting the students and telling them thank you for staying in school. I know the pressure you're under, having to work and having to sometimes not even have a place to live, or living in these cramped spaces with this large family. But it's also the reason why I don't want to serve. And right now, I don't know if I'm going to run for re-election next year or not, because I think that district needs somebody who is more in line with the students that attend those schools and the families that are attending those schools. And that's the immigrant population. And if I could find somebody that is a better representative of that community because they're from that community, or then I think that's who should be representing that district. And it's discouraging that the only person that shows up on behalf of those people is Miguel Acosta. And there's got to be other voices in that community that I can find, or we can find, because I really feel like as time goes on, that population continues to grow in our school, but I don't see that they're getting the representation that they need.
Thank you.
And part of that is because they're just, like, you didn't see any of them show up about the AI issue.
Right.
You didn't see, they don't come, they don't participate.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the rest of the board, but I get tired of dealing with Miguel sometimes, because he acts like he is their one representative, and then sometimes I'm like, maybe he is, because he's the only one that calls and shows up. So, but yeah, when like I said, I don't know. I feel like there's got to be someone better for that district and the schools in general, because I'm not from an immigrant family. I can't relate to them, you know.
Yeah.
And I represent them.
Yeah.
That's hard for me at times.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Well, I guess I've got one theme and three small examples, which ironically is like the opposite of today. It's sort of just the little things that happen.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned working with one particular member of the PTA, so there's 4 of them who are doing appreciation at El Camino Real for the teachers, and I said I'd contribute some money and going back and forth in order to get her some money. Wanted a Venmo, this, that, and the other, and in the end, part of the reason I think, because this is also a deeply immigrant school, it was really hard because she was working all the time. And in the end, and I'm working quite a lot too, but I had to get my son to just make an errand to her house, which was, trailer number 91 in one of the trailer parks down there. And I just so appreciate that she's showing up and doing the work anyway. She can't get to school board meetings, but it's important to her for her teachers. And another one was, as we just got back on Monday from being out of the country, went to the grocery store on the way home, and my son knows one of the young men bagging groceries that we're checking out. And they start talking, and long story short, this young man ends up saying, I would have dropped out if it wasn't for the engineering program at Santa Fe. And my son says, yes, we got to fight for the engineering program at Santa Fe. And we get in the car. Tells me how many kids he knows who would have dropped out if there weren't for an engineering program. And the third is, and the first one that came to mind was actually a real moment exactly of when I was like, oh, this is why we do this exercise. This is why I serve. And it was meeting with a parent and a teacher from the Gonzales Community School PTA who were just apoplectic about the playground and the drainage and the goat heads and the stuff. And I just found myself thinking, I kind of default to teacher framework and big structural things and this, that, and the other. No. Sometimes why we serve is just to help them get a place for kids to play without those that hurt a lot. And remembering, like, oh yeah, just the humility of playground spaces that matter and are good. It's actually a perfectly good reason to serve.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. Great. So just continuing on this point of kind of our one way forward, that all organizations are perfectly designed to get the results they get. By kind of a practitioner, organizational development practitioner called Arthur Jones. Can you guys see this here? Might be a little small. It says cartoon. Because I've got it too, Omar. A strange feeling like we've just been going in circles, right? The little skinny guys on the left and the big beefy guys on the right. These guys are talking to each other. Why are we going in circles, right? Part of what we're doing here is to make sure that we're not going in circles. We're not spinning. We're finding a direction for it. A key piece to the reorganization that Dr. Griffin was talking about, that what she's been working on for the past many months, is this also, to get people in the right place, in the right moment, right, with the skills that they have, and the ways that they can work together best, right? So you put a little skinny guy over there and then move this around and find the right ways, get the right people going so that we can get in the right direction. And this, rather than one person at the lead, might look a little more collaborative than what we're used to on a board. Sometimes that person changes because of it's the right person to take on an initiative here, and then it's another person to take on. And if everybody's willing to say, great, let's go in that direction because the storm's coming over here and we realize this is going to be better, that's that adapting part of it, right? This becomes a really good metaphor, this idea of like us rowing together, finding out the right people in the right places, and switching directions based on what's in front of us and what we find out, what's happening, but generally going in a similar direction, right? So wanted to offer that as an analogy. Let's do a little thing to help feel what that feels like. So first, I'm just going to ask you to stand up for a second. This isn't on your packet. This is a behind-the-scenes moment, if you will. So stand up with your, in front of the scenes. There you go. Everybody, I'm going to ask everybody to join in on this one. I'm going to ask you guys to participate here with this one because it's a super simple thing. All right, ready? So all we're going to do, there's 10 of us here. Joe, you want to come in? Join us? Joe, come on, man. All right, good. Let's bring Joe in. The Oz behind the scene. Good. All right, there's 11 of us now in the circle, right? We're going to count from 1 to 11, and each person just gets one number. When you feel like it's your time to say your number, say your number. It's not going to be in a row like this. It's just going to be popcorn. If two people say a number at the same time, we have to start over. Okay? So, let's get started.
1, 2.
Oh. All right, interesting. So this happens. I didn't give it one clear direction here that we're going to do it in order. We're going to do it in order. I've done that so many times. You think I'd figured out how to say people.
There's always a 1 in the room.
People will always do that.
Pick a number.
That was good. I liked it. So we're going to do it in order from 1 to 11 chronologically.
1.
Okay.
2,
3,
4,
5,
6,
8.
Oh, I heard a little. Let's start over. And here's how. So I'm going to give you a hint. This helps. Don't think about the number you want to say. Feel into the moment when it's your turn to say the number. Let's try that. It's a little different, right? So don't think ahead of time of the numbers. When it's your turn, it's just the right moment.
1.
Start again.
You figured that one out.
Start over.
2,
3, 4,
5,
6,
7,
9.
10.
Oh. 10. Okay. Let me give us another trick to help us out. This is pretty normal. Sneak through here. Okay. Can I put this on here, Joe, or no? Would that be okay for a moment?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Is that pretty centered? Okay. All right. Everybody look at the center of that star there. Keep your eyes there. So now we're all centered on that star. And we're feeling into when it's our time. 1, 2, 3, 5. Do we say two people say okay? Let's start again. It's okay. Take a good deep breath.
1,
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. Let's get some snaps for that. Good. You can keep the star there. Let's just take it off the mic there. That was easier. Okay, good. Go ahead and
That's
sit down.
pretty.
We'll take a break here in just a few. I know there's probably a bio break need. But I just want to debrief. So what did you notice?
Well, if we had clear direction.
It's helpful. It's helpful. There's something to be said for that. That is definitely part of the debrief. Absolutely. Got to paint what done looks like, right?
I think when we, oh, that's funny. That was just on my podcast. That I was
Brene
listening
Brown?
to.
Yeah.
This morning. When we didn't, like, we weren't focused on the number we wanted. Like, it can't be about what we want out of it.
It's interesting, right? Turns out shared leadership isn't about in a collection of individual interests. It has that as an element, but the way to get things done is about figuring out what's needed at any given time and collectively figuring out how to go do that together, right? Using our collective skills, our interests, our backgrounds towards a common goal. Yeah. So that was helpful. What about the star situation? What is that?
Shared focus.
Shared focus? Anybody else have an idea? I think that's right.
Quieting monkey brain.
Yeah. There's a mindfulness element to it for sure. Yeah. I was working with a group of students this summer because I co-created a summer camp because I wanted to work with kids. I haven't worked with kids in a while, and I co-created a summer camp for a week, and we did this activity. And I had a little rock that I put in the middle. They couldn't do it. I had a little rock that I put in the middle for them to all focus on. And right away they got it. It was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14. What? Is that a magic rock, Sam? What did you do? I was like, yes, it is. It's a magic rock, and I'm going to bring it out again when we need to come together, right? But I've done this dozens and dozens of times with groups of all ages, right? And it always helps to have the one pointed focus. And that moment of when we realize it's the moment for us rather than we're bringing our own agenda of the number, but it's a moment for us to feel into what it's needed and when, right? And when our moment is to say something. I think it's important. We don't have to beat a dead horse, but I think it's something for us to remember going forward as a group, as a team, as a leadership team. And then, of course, there's the star element. I brought that in this time because the North Star, it's our guiding light. That's what the strategic framework is meant to be. So it can be our North Star. So a quick moment here on what it means to transform a district. What it doesn't mean is that we're trying to reform something. So this is sort of a reform model. How many reform models do you know that have worked in districts? I know none. I've studied this a lot. It's what I study for a decade. Reform models don't work. And what does that mean? It usually starts with focus on gaps, like the deficit mindset, we call it, right? We try to fill the gaps. There's one-size-fits-all solutions that come in. We're giving orders, relying on summative measures. And again, summative measures aren't bad. It's just if we're only relying on summative measures, we're missing a whole bunch of pieces to the puzzle there. Using coaching to ensure compliance rather than using coaching to lift people up and help them, right? There's usually some sort of reward and punishment connected to reform. And then like the maintaining the pressure, and I always do this, like it's like under the thumb, keep them under the thumb. There's something to be said for accountability, and for sure, it's important. But that the culture of pressure doesn't tend to work. It doesn't inspire people towards change. So what do we want? And this comes from McCrell International, which the superintendent has more connection to that institute than I do, but I really like these graphics. I've been using them for years. So when we're talking about transformation, especially human-centered transformation, we start with a shared purpose and appreciative inquiry. So what is that? Well, let's look. Okay. Creating a shared purpose. Right? The next slides talk a little bit about what our stated shared purpose is at Santa Fe Public Schools, and thinking about what that is for us here today too. It's going to be part of our conversation. That we unleash student curiosity and engagement right away. It's the second thing. Let's see what we can do out there. And we're going to be talking about these celebrations of learning and other things we're going to be doing to help with that as part of what's already been talked about in other strategic planning works that we've done. That we build on bright spots. This is appreciative inquiry, that we say, what's already going well here in the district? The engineering program at Santa Fe High, right? We hear so much about the health program at Capitol High. We hear, there's numerous things going on in elementary schools, and what can we build on? Because there's a lot going well in this district. There's a lot going well. So what do we build on? Where's the juice? Where's the energy? Let's build on that. Let's name it and let's build on it. And then we start asking some hard questions too. How can we build on it? What's missing? Where are there barriers to other people getting access to these same things that need access? We start leading with questions. And then let's just start doing some things. Let's get some things in order. And that's this 45-day plan that we are going to be talking about. It's not at all figured out yet. We have to get through this part first. The next thing that the superintendent does, and I'm going to be helping with also, as well as her leadership team, is figuring out what that 45-day plan really looks like based on our action steps and our priorities here. But let's adopt it. If it's going great. Let's put more resources. Let's put more energy. If something's not working, no problem. Let's reflect. Do we want to keep it and tweak it and try again? Or do we need to throw it out and put our energy somewhere else and do it quickly? That's how transformation is made, little by little. No longer are the days in any design thinking, this has really come out of Stanford more than anywhere else in their design school, where these small iterative processes are what get whole organizations moving forward, rather than like huge strategic plans that take in consideration all the details, put all the things in the right place, and then move it forward. Why doesn't that work? Why doesn't it work? Do you have any ideas? Too much. One? There are new roots. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but I think that's true. It's sort of ethereal, and it doesn't come from like sort of the rooted place, for sure.
Yeah, it seems overwhelming. Like,
Yeah.
Where do you start when you have this
Yeah, that's right.
full finished?
Totally. And I think that's right. So it's part of that overwhelm. And then the other part is that it's like the boat analogy. What if you're saying like, this is the direction we need to go, and you realize the current is moving so much faster in a direction you didn't quite realize? And I sailed for a while, and we had to adjust our course all the time, or there's a storm coming. If you've got this thing you've spent years creating, and it's a big juggernaut moving forward, you're much less likely to adopt and adapt to the real thing that's happening on the ground. So then you sort of like, you hit the waves and you hit the storm and you get pulled over and you're like, I'm out of here, I bail. Jumping ship, right? Put it on the shelf.
Well, or you push forward even when it's not the right thing.
That's right. You push forward when it's not the right thing. And people
and
your boat capsizes. That's right. That's right. Okay, so that's why we're doing it this way. And then we support change with peer coaching, and like that brings people up and moving, and that's what we want. We want people to inspire each other, motivate each other, share ideas, cross-pollinate. That feels a lot differently than compliance-based coaching. And then reframing the goal, that's part of that, moving and seeing where we want to go as more information comes in and as we try things. So we're going to be consistently coming back to it. That's that part of the strategic framework rather than a clear plan. What is our shared purpose? Well, there were like 3 different places on the Santa Fe Public Schools website where there were 3 different missions. There was one in a publication, there was one on the website in the About section, and there was one somewhere else. I can't even remember where I found it. I was like, oh no, what am I going to do here with this? But I thought that's actually an interesting telling thing in itself, right? So both the superintendent and I agree there's some work to do on actually like bringing those words together. We're not going to work on that today. That's something for a later date. Generally, they say similar things, so we're okay. But I think getting the exact language is going to be important as we go forward. But here's one that I thought would be good for our work today. Can somebody read that for us, the core mission?
Empowering every learner through equitable access, meaningful opportunities, and sustainable systems that inspire lifelong success.
It's kind of one of my favorites that I found in there.
So that was one
Simple.
of ours.
That was one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one I made.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one. Yeah. And so I do think that there's some beautiful words in here, some important things we could hang our hat on. What do you guys, what pops out to you? Just like what's resonating with you from it? Anything?
Equitable access.
Yeah.
Every learner.
I'll put it here. Every learner. Anything else?
Lifelong success is sort of like
Uh-huh.
what I view the goal as, and the other
Yeah.
things are the pieces that need to look at that.
Uh-huh. Great. I really like this word here. Uh-huh. What we're doing, right? Not like jamming success things down people's throats. We're trying to inspire and lift them up. What does that look like, right? For our kids especially, right? Okay, good. And can somebody else read our vision here, please?
Unity is strength. Learning is everything. Dreams are unlimited.
I think it's cool. I don't know a whole lot what to do with it. I really like the unity part.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what learning is everything means, but it's okay. Like I think there's something there. So we can see it with bringing some language and working with this a little bit. I think for our intents and purposes, this is pretty
Pretty good. Yeah.
good and helpful. Maybe it's just when we go forward, we're just kind of working with this in a specific way. I have some ideas. That'll be again at a later date.
And the striving for excellence is really that vision tagline that we have on everything.
That's right. That's right underneath the logo, right? Yeah, exactly. So actually I have it.
It was on
Sorry, on the first slide. Thank you. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so so Kate asked me to kind of like think about, put together, when I went around and spoke to each of the board members individually and just generally, we got some general ideas about what was interesting to you, what your common goals were, and then to compile which ones were common and overlapping. In general, not everybody said each one of these necessarily, but if I had like 2 or 3 that said the same thing, I'd put it up here. Like all 4 of you spoke about or all 5 of you, spoke about increasing student achievement for sure, as in different ways of speaking about that. But that's kind of what the word we're using now, student achievement. If you want to see that, right? Which is great, because that's our common goal. That's what it says in here, right? We're not going to dive into this too much, but I asked you to read it just to remember. Like, he really harps on this more than I would say I feel comfortable with, honestly, and so much. But I think it's like really important what he's saying here. Is that we have to remember that is our primary objective, is those student outcomes. And if if anything else feels really outside of that or pretty outside of that, and we recognize that doesn't have that realm, it may not mean it's bad. It just means it's not for us to be working on in this moment right now. It belongs somewhere else, in some other place, not on the board. So I think it's important. So that's that piece. So I was really happy to hear that from each one of you. You guys had just received some statistics about staff absenteeism. I think it was something like 24,000. Is that what it was? Yeah, at the time, right? 24,000 absences over the course of 1 year, right? I couldn't even believe that when you told me that. And so this was high on the mind of more than 2 of you, actually, thinking about that. Resource allocation.
Not reducing effective staff in schools. It says
Oh, sorry, reducing staff absenteeism. Yeah, right, sorry. And
reducing.
yeah, and improving,
Reducing staff.
we want to reduce effective staff in schools. Yeah, thank you. And improving effective staff in schools. Thank you. You're good. Appreciate that. And then resource allocation, of course, right? These are those adaptive systems where we're talking about sustainable systems that we need to go forward, responsive systems. And then this is cultivating high-level collaboration on the board. I heard from more than one of you that you would like to see the board work together well, come together well, and that's important to you, and to feel that. I came to the board meeting on Thursday, and I was with a specific lens. I wanted to see how you all were working together. Okay to give a little reflection back?
You chose a really spicy one.
Yeah.
It was great. I was hoping something would come up that would be be telling, because that's when you know how you're working together. It's just like easy agenda. Like, I'm not going to find anything out, right? So from an organizational development and executive team leadership lens, I was looking, and I was happy what I saw, for sure. So there was that moment where Roman brought up.
Only in one.
Yeah, where you brought up the procedural. You brought up the procedural situation with like submitting policy, right? And then Juan was able to say where he was coming from. He like sees this major issue. He's coming from obviously a place he wants to help the district. You saw that right away. It was very clear where Juan was coming from. He was able to say that in that moment. Kate, you were able to own to like, oh yeah, maybe we should have brought this up in as part of the agenda setting, and you even said that at one point. I'm going to own that. What I saw was a level of humility and being able to talk back and forth. You guys were able to say, like, I see your point, and I even agree with this, but I just don't really want to set a precedent. This is something we need to work out. And then Juan, you were able to, at the end of the day, like have the humility to be like, you know what? Let's move forward. I want this to happen, but if it's going to happen this way, it may be not the best. Let's let it happen in a different way. In my mind, that was about half as messy as it could have been. Maybe a quarter of as messy as it might have been on many other boards and executive rooms that I've sat in on. It was well done, guys, because it's important that if we have a situation where we see a procedural precedent being set, that we say something. You have the friendship with Juan to be able to know that that's going to be okay. Juan, for you to be able to explain in a good way, the way you did, great. And for Kate, for you to be able to navigate it and handle it the way you did and say about your concerns, I thought was right on, you guys. So in my mind, I was really happy with that. I wanted to make sure you received that reflection, and we can move forward with this board in a way that I think is going to be positive. And if there are some underlying things that you need to get out with personal issues, I highly recommend that you do that on a one-on-one basis on your own. Find a way to do that. We're not going to do it sitting here being recorded with like work to do in taxpayer dollars, a hand. This is important. But I do want to say it matters. The friendships you guys have, the weaving of like being able to communicate one another, that net that it's built on really matters. So if there's things outlying that you need to clear with one another, I highly recommend that you do that and find the time to do it. Okay? I don't want to get into. We're gonna have a moment where we actually get into that place of like talking about that procedural piece later. It's gonna be part of next steps and around that communication piece. And so just trust that I'm definitely gonna leave some time for us to talk about that going forward. Okay. Okay. So where have we been so far, you guys? And then we'll take a break right after this. How are you guys feeling? Gonna need a bio break pretty soon? Yeah. Okay. So where have we been? And then we're going to get into the meat of this. We started with an initial retreat with executive leadership. That was the one that I helped facilitate, looking at a strategic framework. Before all of this was the Reimagining Santa Fe, right? And what the superintendent did really good work to synthesize Reimagining Santa Fe into 4 priorities that she saw that came from that process, which was a community integrated process. So the community has already had a voice in the back of all of this, right? That's the foundation we're on right now. Those 4 priorities came out of Reimagining Santa Fe. Then I facilitated work with the executive leadership team. There were 7 of us in a room in the morning. That afternoon, the rest of the cabinet and they reflected on those priorities and came up with some of their own key pieces to those priorities. Jamie and Josh were there for that part, right? Then the rest of the cabinet came in, about 25 other people for the afternoon, and then they reflected even more, and we did a whole process of integrating their ideas about what that looks like for them, and it got more granular and more granular. And so that was the entire cabinet. Then the cabinet came together, and Dr. Griffin facilitated a strategic work with just the cabinet itself to refine those even more, and focused iteration on that. And then she did the same thing with the principals. So she brought all of that information, synthesized that, brought that to the principals, and the principals were able to get to see what does that really look like in action steps on the ground, and bring those together. So now you've had this like vetting and layers of things put together and integrated, so the principals have that. What they came up with and the result of all of that are on these 4 papers here that we're going to interact with here after the break, okay, in just a bit. So that's where we are here with the Board of Education. After that, we're going to go out to teachers and families, and that's in very much a draft form about how we're going to do that, but we're going to present a little bit about our thoughts and vision for how that's going to happen, both to disseminate what this looks like, where the district is headed, and also to get information at the same time. So there's like a kind of a give and take in both of those with the teachers and families. Okay, any questions about our journey, where we've been? All right, let's do a little break here. Come back in 10 minutes, okay, at 10 o'clock. So it's really 9 minutes. Great. So we're going to get into sort of the nitty-gritty of what this whole process has, what we've come up with over the course of this process. Us, the executive team, the cabinet, and the principals so far, as well as the whole community before that, along with teachers and everything before that. So this is generally the 4 key priorities. What I want to say is this is still a draft form, right? We're still working like with a fluid document, but this kind of becomes the main walls of our framework going forward for our work this year. So 4 strategic priorities. Number 1, student achievement, joyful and engaged teaching and learning for all. Number 2, collective responsibility, an effective and inspired workforce. Number 3, family and community collaboration, supporting the success of our students together. And number 4, responsive systems and future-ready pathways. So Dr. Griffin's going to come up, and she's actually going to walk around and use, this is more in a format that she's been working with regularly, so she wants to like kind of use these to go through each one of these a little bit. So we do have, this is about 15 minutes of just a little bit more sit and get and to understand these before we move into a collaborative process to have your responses, to have you do some work with these, be able to talk and discuss these, and that'll be the majority of the rest of the day. That's what that'll look like. Okay, so thanks for your patience on that. Anything else by way of introduction? Okay, great. I'm good here. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
So again, this all started with the work that we've been doing. And I believe in the previous.
Put this on.
Oh, thank you. Joe, is that okay? Okay, so the work, our previous strategic plan had, I believe, was it 7 or 8 pillars that we collectively had responsibility for. And so looking at condensing and really making sure that we have a shared focus is really important. And the first pillar that most strategic frameworks have is, of course, student achievement. And bringing this to cabinet and then to, well, actually, executive leadership team, cabinet, principals, student achievement. The word that kept coming up, Zach, I think the work that you did in the spring was joyful. Do you want to talk a little bit about like that word specifically and just?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So what we heard was that's part of that inspired student piece, right? So that when there's joyful teaching and learning, both the teachers and students are inspired. That's what we're after. It doesn't mean that it's not rigorous. And that was a key piece. I mean, you wanted to make sure about that for sure. There's a little bit of like, oh, is this just like a fluffy joy right there? It's not what it means, and it's not how it meant. It was connected to that inspired.
I appreciate that. I struggled with the word joyful too, because everybody's level of joy is different, and joy is such a hard thing to capture. It's like saying like love, right? It's one of those things that's very hard to measure. But joyful and engaged teaching, if we can get to that, and learning and opportunities for all. So this goal comes from our work that we do with the public education department. It is very specific in what it is that we have to say for percentage of improvement, and the goal is by May 2027, district proficiency rates in reading and mathematics will grow 10% through HQIM, high quality instruction materials, and targeted support pathways. So it's important that our goals are measurable and timely and also achievable. The three things that we have underneath it are so we have our goal, then we have our initiatives, our three initiatives, and then we'll have our action steps under that. The initiatives are the things that Cabinet really grappled with this last time, and then the principals went into more of the action steps because they're the boots on the ground and the people who have to implement it. The action steps are still being iterated. The goals are almost there. I would love some board feedback on the goals. But so 10% growth in reading and mathematics, we have three things that we're really focusing on this year, and that's high use of high quality instructional materials throughout the district, multi-layered systems of support, pathways to proficiency. These are things that they're already doing. We want to be able to measure them and celebrate that we're doing it consistently across the district. And then grading clarity. As you heard me in my superintendent announcement, we have a big shift happening. So in the last 5 years, we've worked on standards-based grading. We're going back to more of a traditional percentage-based grading system, but we don't want to throw away the work that the teachers have done with aligning their instruction to standards, to making sure that students understand where they're at in the progression of their learning and teachers providing feedback for that. That's all really good stuff with standards-based learning. We just know that the grading as far as communicating has been really complicated for families. Let's grab the water bottle so we can.
Just a real quick piece on that. My travels around in the schools in the district. One of the key frustrations for the teachers that I heard was
We only had one.
Two, please. Yes, 2 waters, please. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the key frustrations, honestly, was like how to work with the 1 through 4 system.
Right.
There's a couple other parts that I think we're going to fix too with that, but like that was one of the keys. So we're actually kind of like helping the team be able to use a lot of this as one of the key frustrations.
Yep. It was a sticky point. All right, and so priority 2 is collective responsibility and effective and inspired workforce. So when you think about that second bucket of attracting and retaining qualified staff, this is where that priority comes from. So strategic goal, by June 2027, Santa Fe Public Schools will provide safe, supportive, and collaborative cultures as measured by a 10% increase in staff retention, and improve operational metrics, including hiring timelines, vacancy rates, and workforce wellness. I've repeatedly heard this from so many different stakeholders that it's something that we need to work on, so let's make sure that we have that as a focus. The 3 initiatives that we're doing is hiring systems and staff retention, just really trying to accelerate the hiring timeline. Team development, people want to be happy at work. They want to feel like they have collaborative teams, that they're welcomed and that they belong at their works. And so how do we ensure that we are creating collaborative cultures? And then staff wellness and attendance. One of the things that also, like we had a lot of staff absences, really trying to improve their working conditions so that way they want to come to work. And of course, I don't want them coming to work if they're sick, but I want them coming to work and being there for the kids. So, all right, and the action steps underneath these are just, those are things that the principals are working through and our team are working through as well.
One quick thing is, when I saw that this was a major goal and it was coming up, I wanted to make sure I was up to date on the research around like staff retention and administrative retention. So I did a survey of the research that I could do, and this right here is the key piece to what the research is showing. Teachers feel that there's a collaborative process and they feel supported through that collaboration, and then principals feel that's the number one deal breaker or deal maker, is how supported they feel and how collaborative they feel. there's other things that are going to be part of this in there as well. But really the focus on this, and this is going to start right away, these PLC plus meetings. This is like the low-hanging fruit that is already happening in the district on some level, and we're going to bolster it. Right?
Yeah.
Are you seeing it?
I would almost say we're going to protect it. And support it. But the PLC times that are so important for our teachers to be able to plan and collaborate have been, I like to call it PLC light. Like, it's just like we're not quite there yet. And yes, we're going to definitely work on that.
We're making a huge difference in that 24,000 absenteeism. I think this is going to be the
Yeah, and we have some solid numbers to watch and be able to track on that, which is helpful as well. Priority 3 is family and community collaboration, supporting the success of our students together. And so the things that we're looking at under this strategic goal is attendance for students and really communicating with families and doing a campaign around making sure that they understand that when students miss 10 days, how much of their learning that they're missing out on, how hard it is for them to catch up when they have those holes. That celebrating student success. This last year, we added student highlights to our Friday communications, and we want to continue just celebrating all the wonderful things that our students are doing across the district. Community involvement. This is, Zach, this is really going to be helpful for you with the strategic framework to be able to get our community input around our goals and our plans as well. And then weekly strategic outreach, which is the communication. Zach, you'll want to talk a little bit more about this one, because I think this is where, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna, this is definitely a half-baked plan right now, because I have to connect with Crystal and her team. I'm bringing in an excellent program coordinator to help with this as well. My team, Sid and me, Superintendent and Kate, if you want to be part of it, you had said when we first talked, you might want to be part of the celebration. We'd love to have your opinion, ideas. But the idea right now, as we're looking at, is to have these celebration of learning events kind of regionally through the district. So maybe there's one happening at Milagro one time. There's another where multiple schools come together, but not all the schools. Then there's another one maybe at Camino Real, right? And there's multiple schools there, and maybe there's another one somewhere else at Gonzales. Yeah. They become these celebration of learning. So when do we know that parents, families most come out for their kids to the schools? When do they come? What's happening? Usually two main things.
Conferences.
Huh?
Parent-teacher conferences.
Yeah, it can be. Honestly, the attendance rate at parent-teacher conferences is lower than you'd expect.
Student performances.
Yeah. When the students are
Or sports.
performing or presenting.
Yeah.
Grandpa come out, right? Uncles come, right? What else? What's the other one? Main one? Come on, St. Mike's when's everybody
Sports.
going out? Sports, right? Yeah. Right? Those are the two key ones. If we can get them, we can get that.
Why is he
attendance,
bringing up
yeah.
State Mike's?
Huh?
Oh, okay.
So we know that that's what brings them out most. So we want to use those moments, have students present what they're learning. Cool, like anything that teachers are doing that's somewhat just being slightly creative. Let's celebrate that. Let's have students present. Let's create exhibits where the students are talking about their work. We know the community is going to come out. In those same moments, we could have like times during those events where it's actually kind of a sit down, where there's some kids who have like exceptional things to present. We kind of cherry pick those. They present, gets excited. The superintendent then is able to come out. We're able to talk a little bit about our goals using community friendly language. So we're disseminating some of the information there. Meanwhile, as they're walking around, we're also having them do some like not voting on their priorities, on what they really care about, writing things in that they have. So it's not just like, hey, fill out the survey so we know what we're doing. There's some interactive piece that they see that's actually inspiring and has energy to bring forward. That's the idea as far as we've got so far. There may be some flaws, there may be some changes in the way that looks, but that's hopefully maybe we end up doing one event that looks just like that, and the other two don't happen until next year. Not sure. But we are going to do at least 3 events total. So other events might include focus groups with community members, focus groups with teachers and community members, teachers and students, kind of advisory council style. We're still kind of like looking at that, right?
Yeah, I'm in. Let's do that.
Let's do that, yeah. So
Especially with the students and the teachers
yeah.
and the families, yes.
So that's the idea. It'd be great to have you all there in those events. You know, one of the teachers I was working with earlier this year, because I went and coached the teachers and the principal over at Chaparral, and about how to how they can really create a good community since the EJ merger. Right? And they were great. One of them said, "Man, it would be so good to have somebody from central office at one of our events, recognizing that in Christine was like, I'm going to go over there, serve hot dogs, whatever it takes." Having them just see your face and see that these events, I think will be. So I wanted to just plant that seed and make it fun.
Thank you. And I realized I didn't read the goal. This is a very long goal, and it feels like there's 3 different separate pieces to it. And it's been iterated several times. So I would love your feedback on this goal, too. So think about that family and community collaboration and communication piece. So by June of 2027, Santa Fe Public Schools will establish a baseline measure for meaningful family, community, and partner engagement using district survey data and participation metrics, so your little dot, different things like that. Then begin to use those results to strengthen communication, expand collaborative opportunities, and support every student's success. The district will create and implement 3 learning events, community-wide engagement, over the course of the school year. So that last sentence is the one that's measurable, really. And then our last priority, so from 7 or 8 to 4, is responsive systems and future-ready pathways. This one was really important to me because of just where we're at as Santa Fe Public Schools as we're looking at just a reduction of student ADM and also just a shift of where students are living in this city and also the students that we're serving. So this one, responsive systems and future-ready pathways. By June of 2027, Santa Fe Public Schools will complete a district-wide program viability and resource alignment that identifies inefficiencies and includes recommendations to increase equitable and sustainable access to diverse graduation pathways and future-ready workforce experiences. It's a lot. It's heavy. And so the 3 different initiatives under this is resource alignment, aligning staffing, funding, facilities, and services with student needs, enrollment, and district priorities. Program viability, evaluating program effectiveness, program demand, equity, access, cost, and long-term viability.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And future ready, this is the innovative part that I get excited about because this is where we're providing opportunities for our students, expanding equitable access to engaging future ready learning experiences that build on student interests, skills, readiness for future opportunities. So when you look at some of those action steps like expanding CTE programs, looking into adding an associate's degree pathway, improving our credit recovery options. I think one of the things I heard, even summer school options, right? Most of summer school options are credit recovery. We should be providing opportunities for students to do credit advancement and maybe, get their PE credit taken care of in the summer so they can participate in more electives during the school year. Developing the quantum and digital wellness, and also our schools of innovation should be in there. That these are those are the things, that's the exciting stuff that we want to be able to grow, and we have to do some of this hard work so we can grow these opportunities for them.
Any major points of clarification? Yeah.
Can we talk a little bit more about how this community collaboration and communication piece, how we see that impacting student attendance? It seems to me that these two goals have very specific percentages tied to them, and
Yep.
I don't see that with attendance.
I really appreciate that. This goal has been iterated a few times, and I struggled. My team did pick establishing a baseline this year, and I felt like there's got to be a way for us to be able to collect data from last year, so at least we establish a baseline. The attendance piece is specific on this one for communicating with families and really also getting some initiatives at the schools going where schools are celebrating and we're calling out wow, look at this. These 3 schools had 90% attendance this week. And so it's more a campaign around communicating the importance of attendance. It doesn't answer your question, though.
No, I think it's fine. I also think it's fair if we want to give a percentage.
Yep.
Goal for that.
Yep.
Write that on it.
We need to measure our goals.
Yep. Yeah. And so when you come up here, you're going to have an opportunity that write on this, and then say we want to see 20% increase in, our. How about this? How about a 10% decrease in chronic absenteeism? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Passing the torch.
Okay. Great. So, where are we here? Okay, so here we are. This is where you all come in and we get to have the fun. I want to align board priorities to the strategic framework, mapping board priorities to our goals here. So, we put together a list of what we've heard, especially Dr. Griffin and Kay Noble kind of informed some of this as well, general key priorities we've heard from the board. We know things change and your priorities change as your constituents voice things, as you all are seeing things and moving forward. So we know this isn't a total comprehensive list. It's meant to just be kind of a reminder of things that we've heard. What I'd like for you to do is take some of these stickies. It doesn't matter which ones that are in front of you here. Actually, it would be ideal if what you do with this first, I'm thinking about it, what you do with this first activity is to use the smaller ones for this first moment. And write down on the smaller ones, one priority per sticky note. That's really a priority for you. It can be one of these. It could be something new. But one priority per sticky note. Just take a moment to write them down. Stick it next to you on the table. Write the next one down. Stick it next to you on the table, and then we'll get up at a certain time and be able to kind of put them where they go, where you think they fit on each one of these priorities. So you'll come around and kind of put them up there as you see fit.
And are we choosing from this list?
No, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just meant to be a reminder. The list is just a reminder.
So I've got schools of innovation, you'll have them next to you, and then I would put that under responsive and future-ready.
That's right. Yeah, thank you. That's
as many priorities as we want.
Yes.
That's an ex-elementary school teacher right there. You taught elementary school?
Yes.
Yeah. That's giving the example. That's great.
A little bit of scaffolding.
That's good.
Middle school, too. I've got some street cred.
Yeah.
Not as
Yeah.
much as high school. This is my favorite, 6, 7, and 8.
Is that your
You
favorite?
Yes.
talk about kindergarten.
Yeah. Love them.
Running little boys.
Yes. No bite. And, oh, yes, and that too, yes.
thought about the running thing with my granddaughter who runs everywhere.
Yes, yes, yes. I
Joyfully.
love that. So happy. Oh my God, no, that's joy.
Go ahead and we'll just put them up whenever you get there. It's good if you could keep them to 3 to 5.
Oh,
Good.
Oh,
you
forget
tell
about it. No.
No, just give him 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes.
And then we have to put them with the,
One per, yeah, and I can help you put them up there, but one per.
okay, that's for now. Okay. Let me go with you.
No. Here, you can take mine. I'm working on it.
So, Jamie and Rhonda, on this next part, it might be helpful for you guys to, because we're going to be like moving around. Yeah. I didn't realize we were going to be in such a small space.
Nice, intimate.
Is that what we're calling this? Okay, that's good. Let's call it that.
Eliminate some of them. Okay, fine.
Check it out.
I'm like, what is this? Is it going right on you? What is that? Oh, that's why it's so cold.
I don't mind sitting under the pool.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull out the fan I had in there first.
You're not in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
Put it
why.
back over there.
I remember those days.
Women of a certain age.
Yes.
Well, yeah. No, my daughter was like, too young. I was like, I don't know what you're saying. I know what's happening.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that happens
unfortunately, it happens to all of us.
Sooner or later.
Yeah.
But what sucks is the doctors wouldn't take your students.
You've got me kind of stuck between two with your thinking versus my thinking. I like it. So, to me, like creating responsive systems and is responding to our student needs, right? Of like that, like developing that curiosity, that and like the programs that we create around that. And so that's why I put schools of innovation here and project-based learning here. But then when you talk about like joyful and engaged teaching and learning, absolutely, right? Like we want to be doing those passion things when we look at our Gonzalez and going towards that experiential, expeditionary.
It's actually expeditionary is what they're looking at. It's a specific part of experiential that they're looking
And so
at.
that's where that project-based and hands-on, and so I feel like, I mean, they're very aligned.
Aligned and
Yeah,
overlapping.
they just, that's cool, thanks for.
Well, and if I may on that one, just for project-based learning, what this is, I think these are really great and very drilled down and very crystallized.
Great.
And there's really been a lot of people's brains that work through. What the only thing that really stuck in my craw was on that one, there was nothing about students in the priorities underneath.
Yeah.
The action stuff, yeah.
Well, it's
Good
just-
catch.
Yeah.
So,
There's adult
so
stuff.
hold that. I'm going to actually ask you to, on this next thing, to actually really make a note, because this next part, well, first let me do this. No, I'll do this after. God. Learn from my elementary school teaching days too. That you don't do this, you don't like tell them who they're going to partner with until after you give the directions, because then they're just worried about that and they're going to trade the cards and whatever else. Right? So you wait till you give the directions first. So, so the next level of this is to, you're going to pair up, and we'll do that randomly with the cards. Let the universe decide who you're pairing with. And then you'll look at these. You'll look to see what's on here, right? You may even have to move these. Then you're going to actually grab the larger sticky notes there. And you can, like for that one, you can kind of like make some room. And your idea is not to talk about more priorities, but like what concerns do you have? Like, for example, this one doesn't have a student-centered action step on it. Boom, put that on there for sure, 100%. Right? So questions, concerns, any additional ideas you have about something that's on there, right? If you can point directly to it, it's fine. You can even take a pen. I'll get some markers out if you want to write something on it and draw a little arrow to it. These are meant to be work boards. This isn't anything pristine. This is meant to be a work board. You could write on here if you want. Because what we're going to do is then take this and synthesize your priorities, your concerns, your interests into a new iteration of all of this and integrate that. So we want to hear what you have, what your pair has. You're going to do this in a specifically timed way. I'm going to give you 5 minutes for the first one, 5 minutes for the second one. By the time you get to the third one, there's already a lot of ideas. We'll probably go down to more like 3 minutes on those, but it'll be flexible, right? You're going to, when I ring the little chime that I have, you'll switch. When you get back to the first one that you have, you'll look at what everybody else has put, and then with a marker, you're going to underline or circle the top 3 that you think really need the most attention out of the concerns, the questions, the ideas. So you're doing like sort of an evaluation of everything that's happened when you get back to the original. I'll guide you along the way. You don't have to remember all those directions right now. I'll guide you along the way. All you need to know is you're going to get a partner here. Go ahead and pick Christine. Pick a card, any card. You are on this one, yeah, because we need pairs, and you're the 6th. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there you go. All right, so find your match with your color and. You got it?
Yeah, we're.
Oh, you guys are right next to each other. Okay, great. That's
The universe was so surprising. We are just shocked.
Who did I guess? You two and you two, really? All right.
That's true.
Fair enough. I couldn't have made that happen. All right. So I could have just said, like, go with the next person, your elbow partner, and it would have been the same thing, right? So go ahead and pick a poster to stand next to start with. grab the larger stickies there. And let me get you some markers here. Sharpies, markers should be fine. And here we go. You guys want to pick a little marker to write with? Color. And then you'll keep your marker actually so that we know which color was yours. Yeah, you have like one person writes, I think. Purple? Good? Here, take two purple. Yeah, there you go. You guys, which one of these call your name? Red. Great. Here, red. And then just in case you have another red. Okay.
But I was also thinking.
You guys want to pick one of these? Black. There you go.
And then not even like clothing, but also
Well, it's not that. Comes up with a solution. And it's a new thing.
So you want to go ahead and write any questions or the concerns that it brings up for you, other ideas that you have, and yeah, leave those behind.
Curiosity.
What are your questions?
So again, we're looking for questions, concerns, new ideas. Yes, sir. Great. So, Michael and Zach. Okay, thanks.
We're still got the one sticking for noon.
Good question.
We should.
Real quick, can I just do a pause, you all? There's two main things as a facilitator that I look for about when to have lunch. When are you hungry? Is the first one, and then when does it fit into the schedule? But the first one's most important. Are you guys gonna be hungry more like 11:30 than 12?
Yes.
I think so, right? Me too. Okay, 11:30. We can. Will that work?
Thank you so
As
much.
close to that? Okay. All right, thanks.
So student goals, like
I wonder like people, yeah, I wonder their growth.
There it is. All right, so finished. Any last thoughts? You guys got enough time?
No, we need more time.
How much time do you need? Another minute? 2 more minutes? Okay, they could use 2 more minutes, so we'll get 2 more minutes.
Wow. Good point. Because that was the other thing when it came up. It really wasn't as bad as they experienced in the past. Because I think people are starting to realize the average population. Yeah, she's not wrong. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know.
Do you guys have a specific question about that one that you could write on there that would help? Like, what does this look like, or something like that? What is it? Yeah, that'll help us.
Yeah. Huh?
Instead of just relying on the
I wonder if that got moved over there accidentally.
Yeah, it doesn't
I
seem
don't
like
think
it's
it was
belongs
over
right
there. Yeah, I don't think that was meant to be there. It's meant to be here. Because it is over here. That's what it was. You guys can just cross that out, actually. Sorry, that's a typo. What I did was I copied the formatting, and I must have accidentally not deleted that.
yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead and cross that out. Are we good now, you guys? All right? Okay. Let's go ahead and switch. So we'll just, I'll just click this way. That was 7 minutes. Let's see if we can do, I'll check in at 5 and see if we need more time. And then, let me cross that one out. Can I borrow your marker real quick? This one was my bad. This was a typo. This got left over from a formatting issue. Yeah, there you go. What if don't have percentage, huh? Yeah, how measuring? That's my big question on that one.
Because the other thing is with the whole attendance thing with students, they don't tell you that they're counting when the kids go to a sports class. They count that as an attendance. Or they're, yeah.
Are they really?
They're not like moving to the data.
No,
the right
because,
story.
no, they're not,
Right,
exactly.
right.
Because people started talking, well, more than half of your students are missing. No, they're throwing in all those little things and the state's not telling you that or clarifying that. So the rest of it looks like kind of they focus 50% attendance. They're not.
So that's interesting. Why don't, can you put up
So
something in
that's
there
what I
about
mean
like
about-
telling our own story
Well,
about
that's
it,
what
or
I
like
mean
with the
about
details? Huh?
So what I'm getting
Well,
at
it's
with
for
that
the
example
attendance
is
stuff,
like,
right? Yeah.
but what I'm getting at with that is
Yeah, that'll be
depends
over
who's
there.
measuring it and what they're measuring and how, because
Let's put it here too.
goal and not really hit the goal.
Yeah.
Or be hitting it and
Put something about like telling our own narrative around this too. Like let's, we can't just let the test score be the only voice for it, right? That's good. I think that's really good. Over there for absenteeism too.
how when you start taking days, counting things like that, like they're not getting credit.
I didn't know that.
If they're missing 7 period or 6 periods.
So they're counting all that in.
They're counting stuff like that in there.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
That's gonna screw a lot out.
Yeah. It doesn't mean it's not a problem still, I think,
Right.
but there's still a problem, but not to the
There is a
level,
problem,
not to
but
the
it's not
level.
to the
that-
level of-
But it's not really, it's a problem in terms of instruction,
Yeah.
but it's also a benefit in terms of engagement.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
Right.
there's still like the regular absenteeism, it's still a problem.
Well, that's
Like,
still
with
a
people
problem.
leaving, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean, it's still.
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah. I don't think sports is a problem, I think you're right, the engagement situation, super important.
And that's
Yeah.
why everybody talks about things. Say like, well, of course, stop the way. It's very engaging, very much intimidating. And if we could do that with our school district, engage,
Yeah,
then you're gonna have a better.
cool idea, will you put that on there when you get over there? I think that's good, like create identity-based, like, connections. We're doing some work, I've done some work already in the schools around that, through this, like, a compelling purpose for teachers, but to, like, create something like that for students. It's been in the back of my mind, and you just put it really well. I think that would be really good. Like an identity connection to each school that connects it to attendance somehow, for sure, right? Yeah, yeah,
That's what she told me about
yeah. Is it working? Yeah? Maybe we could go visit, see what she's doing over there. I went to school with Chanel. She was a couple when I was there. Like, I was good friends with her older sister, Leslie. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, really? No, you can't. Yeah. Good for you guys. Good. I didn't know that's too bad. Because she was at Tier C or something for a while.
Yeah.
Was that her? And yeah.
Well, that's why my cousin
Oh, good for you guys for like, not letting that happen. That would be a bummer. I don't know her very well at all, but
Most of the time.
how are we doing? Good, all right? Good? Good, good? Okay, let's go ahead and round.
we validating things yet, or just still picking holes?
No, when
Nope,
we get
still
back
picking
to
holes,
ours.
yes, not till you get back to yours that you get to evaluate things,
Evaluate
yeah.
what happened.
Yeah. But you can make a comment off of somebody else's comment, for sure, yeah. In a respectful way.
That means something's gonna happen. So that means we might not be in a good position. Yeah, because it's getting done somehow, someone's doing it.
Very high priority stuff.
We have too many people. So there's always, he's always trying to come back.
Somewhere because there's too big of that.
Credit and it's not going to help.
But yeah, there's
Rigorous academic classes.
I don't know where. Oh, yeah, or there's, yeah, what's going on?
It's that pendulum, right? And so the pandemic forced us into technology.
Oh, no, we don't.
This part
We have a better place than. That's been, I mean, you see so many kids a day where I'm gone, girl, I'm having.
Well, you know what's funny?
I had one of our staff members was telling me about her daughter.
She's over at
Her
that's
sixth grade summer parties were maybe there was somebody out crying because they were like that or something.
Oh my God.
She's like, they're dead quiet. Like, that's a little bit worried. Yeah, and she opened the door
After
and
that
they were
week, she's
all
like,
like on their phones and they were playing like this little.
Well, and then
But
get back to that,
that's how there needs to be.
the buildings and.
Yeah, so she said it was so funny. It's like you walk in, it's bring here.
Yeah.
You walk into your room, it's
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
again, this is where that family and community generation
That's
comes
also.
together.
Well, that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, cell phones.
And I wondered, I asked her before,
Yeah.
too, like,
And so they're addicted. You know, they really are. Their brains are not able to get that. And I,
because there's always.
well, and also they all
How are we doing, you guys, with this one?
And now he's gone.
Timing about right?
We're good.
It's like, and sometimes they move.
And we haven't put it in.
All right, two more.
I was doing this event through the state a long time ago, and I said, did you go to I got a cowbell.
That's slightly different.
It's just all combined. On a regular basis, that's much nicer.
Each one's got their own style. That's good. More cowbell.
Yes. No, I got it. I'm almost there. More cowbell today.
Got some Will Ferrell thing happening.
She said she used to do that with a cowbell. With
I had a cowbell.
student on this.
Does that say create identity? Yeah, great.
Summer school funding. I don't know.
But I just think it's so important that it's not about the giver, it's about her. Not about her.
It's as the other goes.
Okay. How are we, guys? Need another minute? You good? Okay. All right. You're good. So you should be back to your original place now? So now, almost. Not quite there. You can grab a strawberry on the way.
It's not protein.
Yeah, there you go. So now the object is to look at the comments that have been made since you've been there. Remind yourselves of the comments that you've made, and we're not choosing anything that was already up there, but really the comments that have been made so far in this room, and see which ones you think. Like if you were to direct our attention as we go back, as we go back and try to synthesize this and really say, okay, we need to add these things back into the and pay close attention to these comments or these ideas. Try to keep it to 3. Which ones would those be out of all of this that you see up there on the stickies? Okay, 3. Okay.
And how do we indicate?
Okay, so
Sorry,
you're going to. That's okay.
Let's take different colors of Post-its. None of us, we all used big pink Post-its. Maybe we can use that.
Well, on this one, actually, what I want you to do is just put a big circle around it.
Okay.
Put a big circle around it so it's really clear what you think is like a key comment, concern, new idea that we should really pay attention to. we should really pay attention to as we go forward. It doesn't mean, I want to be clear about this, you guys, real quick. It doesn't mean we're not going to look at the rest of them and work to integrate them, but it's just like by going through the process of evaluating them, it's going to help some things rise and it's going to help our conversation move forward, okay? So we want to know what you think is the most important key ideas, concepts, new to these strategic priorities, all right? And put a big circle around them with your marker. And then you can add a comment too if you want about it. Framing and narrative. So that one was really about the fact that that often the press or even the state, based on like numbers, like his example was for absenteeism, that they actually include sports, missing class for sports, right? And it doesn't actually tell the story we want it to tell. So what if we start telling our own story, framing our own narrative about it? That doesn't mean that absenteeism isn't a problem. It's just not to the level that they're showing. So let's.
I complained to my senator about that.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, you're absent?" I said, "But it's a school activity."
But it makes it.
And they have to make up
Field
their
trips
words,
and
and they
all
have
that
to be
stuff.
able to like have good grades.
Like on one hand, sure, let's track it for sure for certain things, but let's not tell the whole narrative around it because it's not accurate in what people are thinking about. So let's frame our own narrative, right, and see what that is. Yeah. All right, you guys are working on finding 3 of those? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
I just want to point out one thing to you here before we actually take this here now. Yes.
So you feel like the great clarity is kind of everything else?
So, guys, sorry to interrupt. So, just right after this part that they're doing right now, I'm actually gonna have them stay standing to discuss, but I think you're gonna want to be part of that, taking the notes from that discussion, even though they're still standing there. You can come back to your spot or swing around or something, huh?
I'll just grab my computer. I can hear.
Whatever you think. Three. Top 3.
We don't want to live next to people.
If you feel like you want to add any comments to help understand that, would be good. Yeah. And also, if you feel like you want to add any comments or anything to help understand why you're choosing that, you can. But that'll be the next part. We'll discuss that one. You guys have 2? Good. We have 3. Oh, perfect. Okay. We have 3. You guys are 3? All right. Great. So I'll bring us back together. Everyone's got 3. Wait. Last little chime. Where'd it go? Come on, I know you want to do the chime. There we go.
That was a very hard time.
Okay, so actually I'm going to ask you to stay where you're at. And I told
Oh, you know
I told
what?
Rhonda that this is going to be, you guys are going to take
Zach,
notes. Yeah.
We only have 3 groups, but we have 4 sheets, so
We didn't evaluate that fourth one.
we did both of these first before anyone else took a bite. I don't know if you want us to go back to that.
That was a very interesting question. Let's do that one together.
Okay.
Think about it. Yeah. I knew there was going to be like some part of my normal way when that would be messed up by that. And that was it. Thank you. Thanks for catching it. Okay. So let's start with priority 1. Tell us what the 3 that you chose and why you chose that. What was your discussion around this? Oh, you use the mic. Okay, sure. Okay, so we'll pass around the mic.
All right.
So we felt that we needed to celebrate student growth. That was one of the things under multi-layered systems of student pathway to proficiency, supporting students below grade level. And felt like that was very important. We also felt that framing the narrative of the goal was very important.
Can we give the example? Can I ask Ramon to give the example that you used on that, where that came from? I think that's important.
Well, we were just talking about, well, first of all, with the 10%, who determines like how you measure that? And then also, what if you don't get it? And then we use the example of the attendance that we kept getting beat up on a couple of years ago, but then when you really dig into it, you see, oh, well, attendance included them going to extracurricular activities. And so, yeah, just like, what do you say, Juan, about how do you, it's...
How you tell the story, how you comb through the data.
Yeah, how you comb through the data.
How you frame that narrative.
Yeah, and so maybe there's work to do, is what I'm hearing from this, for Santa Fe Public Schools to frame their own narrative and to publicize that when those numbers come out, to be very responsive.
Yeah, nuanced, yes.
Nuanced, yeah.
Thank you.
Let's put nuanced.
All right, around collective responsibility and effective and inspired workforce, we really wanted to highlight one of the things that was already existing here, building positive school cultures, the PD, especially around teacher interests and needs. And we thought a lot about alternative pathways and how many of our teachers didn't go to college to learn how to be teachers, and how do we really support them, because that ultimately has a direct impact on student achievement. So really making sure that teachers are supported in classroom management and all of the skills that they need, that we really, part of this building positive school cultures is to make sure that we're not treating teachers like warm bodies. Like, they need those skills and they impact the outcomes. And as far as HR goals specifically, we really felt like it was important. These seem like a lot of tools here, but ultimately we feel that it's super important to have clear communication and to be responding to all applicants. And that, you know, we can do lots of things, but it's all around communicating with people who are applying, I think, is really important. Anything else you want to add?
Can I ask a question? On the alternative pathway piece, do you see that because like the teachers they're an alternative licensure, they haven't had even maybe a single day of class, but they've signed up for it, and they're all of a sudden have a group of kids, and that we like finding some support for them. Is that how you're
Yes, and I think that there's some data that shows that those people kind of get burned out more quickly and leave the district.
Okay.
And so maybe they had what they needed to start, but didn't have what they needed to continue to build on their skills and strengths to advance their licensure, and just kind of fizzled out.
Well said.
But that would be honestly a great focus group, like some teachers who came through alternative licensure, what they experienced, what they had that supported them. But
What they wish they had.
Let's put
Yeah.
that on there. Do you have that focus group?
No.
Jose, just for the notes, can I ask one question?
Yeah.
You said building trusting school cultures, particularly around teacher, I missed the last word.
Interest and needs, I think. Was that.
Interest and
come all over here to priority number 4, and then
So with the goal of resource alignment and identifying inefficiencies, we focused on buildings. When you have a lot of buildings, and I don't think you think of buildings as a driver of resources, but it really is. The more schools you have, the more you have to staff. Even admin, we got voter approved for an admin building. What if we did that? What could we do with the resources that would be freed up from all the other buildings or created by selling those buildings or doing something different with those buildings? And then Juan, I don't know if you want to talk about the dual credit, why we circled that.
So to me, the dual credit is a really super important opportunity, both for economic development and for initiatives that the state has laid out that we could partner with. I mean, they talked. You were at that. We were at that thing, that I don't know, meeting, whatever it was, where they talked about maybe implementing a dual credit for early childhood teachers to increase the workforce there. So there's opportunities to increase our workforce through the dual credit program. And I know that you met with President Raleigh, and I mean, there's definite opportunities where we can give our kids better advancements and it's different ways to drive our economy locally.
did you guys talk about the Midtown?
Well, it's the same thing again. Why do we have 3 small elementary schools within, in the same area when you could have one nice one, and then you can share resources and all kids get in one school, and one doesn't feel like you're picking on the other because we're closing one but not the other. We picked Chaparral. It was the whole EJ Chaparral discussion again. We're going to have it again probably in Nava when you're saying we have, what was it, 9 kindergartners in Nava, and Nava's old. It kind of feels like they're going to feel like they're the ones that are going to be picked on next. So maybe we need to take a bigger look at all schools in that area and build one.
Put that on. Let me write something about bigger system-wide look, right? So it's not just, oh, we got this building, now we got to deal with that, now we got this one we have to deal with, system-wide look. Okay.
Well, and that was really covered in the introduction of the book, I think.
That's right. It was a key example, right?
Well, another thing we talked about too is attitudes change over time and communities change over time, and we may have had a negative experience at one time, but it's changed. Like, you've gone through some terrible school closure debates. Yes, EJ was tough, but it was just that one community. So and then the voters approved of, at the end of the day, a new admin building. And maybe they wouldn't have 10 years ago, but they did. So we should move on it.
We should recognize that the climate changes, and
Yes.
the way that I see it is the more that we have done to educate and frame things in an accurate way, we have the numbers to show the crisis that we're in, and so we have a responsibility to respond to that.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at this priority number 3 here. This is about family and community collaboration, supporting the success of our students together. I'll just read through these to remind you what's on here, and then let's pick 3 together. So how do we communicate partnership support and attendance? So that's about partnerships. Community support and attendance more than 2 times. Not sure what that says. Okay, that's right.
It's the tracking attendance twice a year, more than twice a year.
Oh, doing it more than twice a year for tracking attendance. Okay, great. Lots more to this about consistently sharing survey results.
No, it was about celebrating students.
Good.
Action steps to that, and this is one.
It's like this.
I think we even talked about that, but like these 3 celebration of learning events would be to engage and celebrate. Maybe that's year 1, but there's just a lot more to celebrate, and it being about this framework, even more than just celebrating success. Is this facilitating focus groups? Like, some of that's about celebrating student success in order to get engagement around the strategic frame, right? As opposed to being in the strategic frame. What is the importance of celebrating success?
As you were saying, right, as part of, like, as its own action step and something to work on, right? Give me an example of what you think something like that could look like.
Celebrating student success?
Yeah.
I mean, mean, honestly, I think there should be an annual event at every school at least.
I agree.
In some
I agree 100%.
form
Yeah.
To have exactly
Yeah.
what you described,
Yeah.
sort of kids present. I mean, there was, I guess it was the gifted thing. They presented their gifted projects at Santa Fe High, and it wasn't super well attended, but holy moly, it was beautiful. And those kids talking about, science fair style, they had their displays. What they did, which for some was just a piece of art.
Yeah.
They just did a beautiful
Yeah.
piece of art, but then hearing them talking about it was like,
One of the schools that I was principal of, when we adopted new math curriculum, we brought the families in for a math night, but we had the students teaching their parents the games that they were learning with the curriculum.
Oh, cool.
And so the students were leading, and the
Yeah.
parents are like, "What? Like this new math?
Yeah.
Like this is really..." And the kids were
Yeah.
explaining it, which was really powerful.
Well, and it's
That's-
a demonstration of
They're learning.
understanding when they can teach it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
but then it also builds community. Because
Yeah.
parents are like, whoa, when did they change math?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
at the thing at Santa Fe High, I met all these parents who would tell me about their kids, their parenting, their, just all sorts of things that was incredibly profound.
Yeah.
And
Great.
so you get to know your community through the celebration of students.
Great. Okay, this sounds like it's got a lot of juice, so I'm going to circle this one
Yeah.
and see, does that sound right? There's one here. Okay. That's something about bell schedule here, calendars and bell schedule.
Well, it was community engagement, family engagement surveys.
Yeah.
Especially calendars and bell schedules, I think really tie into attendance. And
Okay.
people have lots of opinions.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've also seen, North, that was too soon to do this year, but with high school attendance and them having to leave for sports, right, at the end of the day, and our high school starts the latest, which means they're getting out at 4 and they might have to leave at 2 or 2:30 for sports, so they're missing. Flip-flopping elementary and high school, so elementary actually starts the latest, but high school starts the earliest, gets them out earlier so they're not missing.
I think
We weren't ready.
There is
that
science
does
behind
not
starting
support
late.
Yes,
that.
because they
Yes, they
stay
need
up
to
late.
sleep
Yeah.
and stuff like that, but our little ones need to sleep too.
But they may not be up as late as.
But
The
it was,
high
I mean, it
school-
was that way. When we lived in Florida, I think the high schools, they didn't love it, but I think they started at 8.
Yeah.
Or 8:10.
Yeah.
And the middle schools actually started the latest. The
Well,
middle schools
The
started
high
at
school
9.
kids they're working too in the afternoons, and so a lot of them.
But talking to folks and families and students and like, how does this sound to you?
Right,
Because
so
that's Yeah.
science is
stakeholder
science
engagement.
and people's experience doesn't always align with that.
But we're starting really early.
Calendar
In
year.
the calendar year, August 7th.
Okay.
And we started doing that, I know before your time, but people are mad.
Yeah.
Big mad.
Big bad.
Tough to change. Okay. Develop and implement highly targeted outreach, school sites, better lists, opt-in on key topics. So can you explain this? This was you guys also. What is this?
So text messages to school communities are really powerful. I know superintendent said this to you before. But to differentiate lists, honestly, I feel like what AI can do so that I mean, at Gonzales, I used to get every cheerleading team text message update. My child was not a cheerleader.
Right.
Yeah.
Or if your child doesn't ride the bus, and to hear that bus 12 is not running today.
Yeah,
Sends a
or
message.
there's been a lot of emails from Santa Fe High about parking passes. You don't need to include all the freshmen.
Right.
Freshmen
And
don't get
that
parking.
people start to tune those things out
Targeted.
and will
And
miss
then all of
key
it.
communication.
For sure. So highly more targeted lists. Okay. All right. This is social emotional wellness. I noticed that myself. That was could be slightly missing. I'm not. Maybe it could go there as easily in my mind as it could go here as well. Creating kind, supportive student cultures, right? As far as supporting.
And well, this was mine, and I put it there just because I think families and community need to be a part of that. Like, this, honestly, we've seen like all this kindness initiatives, and it could go there as well, but, and we didn't even talk about that, and nobody did, but ultimately it's something that, bullying pretty much impacts every kid through their school journey at some point. So how do we engage families around that?
Yeah, circle.
Yeah, you like this one?
Yeah, I mean, if
Well,
everybody
and it's
agrees,
community wellness.
Yeah,
yeah.
That impacts our kids.
and that's like a big one.
Okay, that's a good moment.
I honestly think that's like the biggest thing right now for me that I'm most worried about, is exactly that.
Okay, now we can go over here.
And I wrote more in red there around our target.
For chronic absenteeism. Okay,
Chicken salad? Chicken salad.
let's go ahead and take a little break. We'll come back to this one a little bit and then go into a little more detail after. But let's take a good little break for lunch. I think half an hour is okay without doing anything, or what are you thinking?
Will you ask?
Okay.
That's what got in my head.
Okay. Yeah.
That didn't sound wrong.
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you for the reminder I needed.
Is there a plug in there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Whichever, both of them, Joe. Whichever's easier for you.
Please, and thank you.
You're welcome. There's a lot going on here.
Sorry.
Okay. Good? Okay. Hopefully, let's see if it actually works. The plug. And then do you want to pull that back here?
I've got it here. That's the middle of the room one. All right, we're back in action after lunch. Are we on, Joe?
Yes.
Okay. So just a quick reflection, group process reflection. Good work, y'all. This is good work. The conversations have been flowing well, easily. I feel a level of inspiration and like good energy in here. Let's see if we can keep it up after lunch, after the like post-lunch, like little. So I'll ask each one of us, myself included, dig deep and see what we can do to stay focused and attentive. We have this again. This is this moment. It's really a privilege and special moment for us to be able to come together around this this idea of making a whole district, thousands of kids, thousands of families have a better place, even better than what they have right now, right? And improve. So what we can do in these next couple hours matters. So ask us to dig deep, stay positive, stay on the higher frequency if we can, and we need to like really look and dig deep on some of the issues at hand as well. But if we do that in a positive way, we'll get through it as well. So on this one, family and community collaboration, supporting the success of our students together. We have a couple of these circled. I'd like to get one more circled here. The first one we talked about was that really kind of almost doubling down on the celebrating of students, and that might look like more social media, more events at every school, whatever that is. This one, I don't think we quite got to where you wanted to say, Juan. I'd like to see what you were thinking. You said this is super important for you around the bullying, the SCL, social emotional learning. How do you see it?
Well, I think like President Noble said, it's time now to, because I think people are like really mean.
Yeah.
And I think countering that message with some kindness and respect is I think what we need as a community, especially within our district. So,
Cool.
I mean, to me, that's the top one out of everything.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about this one that connects in my head too is really about like cultural responsiveness as well. I think that's part of it. These days, SEL and cultural responsiveness, especially if you're talking to SEL for New Mexico, for example, and I'm on the board of that nonprofit, they're really looking like very deeply, working with Highlands and Harvard right now to create a group that's really looking at how to bring those two together so that you get people, the ultimate role is to get people feeling well about who they are, right, and what they bring each like in each place that they go to, and then also finding the right ways to push people out of their comfort zone in the right way, because that's where the learning happens, right? We're talking both teachers principals and students and families too. So I think for me that fits really well. Any other discussion about this? And like, does it belong circled? Is there something we want to just
Well, I
see it
think,
as a
you know,
primary?
as you guys are talking about that, I think also, you know, it ties into the identity, but like the belonging.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. We can add that to
and-
this because you have it over here too. Absolutely.
And as we build kind of that emotional safety, I think that one of the SEL things that we need to be teaching kids is how to have difficult conversations, right? Like the meanness comes kind of from fear and judgment, and if we can kind of replace that with other tools that start with curiosity and, you know, interest, then like,
Understanding.
yeah, we are different.
Yeah.
But like, where are we similar, and how do your differences make our community better?
Great. Any other thoughts about this? Dr. Griffin, there's wheels are turning there. Is there something you wanted to?
I'm just
Offer us
looking
there?
at the overall priority and thinking about the alignment with what we're circling as part of this process.
Good. Yeah. It may not be the best place for this. I'm not
No,
sure. Yeah.
I also, and obviously I had strong opinions about where priorities went. I put digital wellness there, and I'm not sure that's the right place for it. But with the bullying, social emotional wellness, digital wellness, and part of it, and just to say, the reason I put it there is that I truly believe ultimately for us to get to a real strength in digital wellness, it takes family and community collaboration. Like, it can't just be what happens in our classrooms, whether we ban cell phones or not, whether we have good Chromebook and screen time usage. Like, in the end, and we've had this scoping thing and conversations around digital wellness, if we're talking about social media, that is where bullying happens. And, we have to have that sort of partnership with family and community to achieve true sort of digital wellness work. Our reach goes so far.
Yeah. I want to put a little arrow with that one into this, like that communication back and forth around digital. And it's more than, it's really collaboration also, right? I'll put that on here. Okay. Makes sense to me. Is there anything else in here that we feel like, Sarah, did you want to talk about this?
Well, I just think it's important for us to have a goal and define target number if we're talking about
Absenteeism, yeah. Like a reduction by a certain percent? What do others think?
Again,
The chronic
I
absenteeism.
think is the piece.
It's as defined by 10 or more, is that what it is? 10 or more absences, I
Yes.
think, right?
Yeah.
What do we think about that? Any other discussion on it? On putting that percentage in here as a goal? And the reason in these types of things deserve discussions. Anything we put that's measurable in here is something we really are going to work to hold ourselves accountable to the best we can, right? And it comes up again, and I know that's why you put it in there. But we also want to be careful about that, right? We want to be really careful about it. How do you see it, Dr. Griffin, on that one? Like, we're adding percent of chronic, like an actual number for a decrease in absenteeism as part of the goal there.
So
You don't have to decide right now, but like, what are your thoughts? Yeah.
So my hope would be that our goals under the priorities are more broad, and then the strategies and action steps would be more defined by absenteeism. Is our goal absenteeism, our overall goal?
Right.
Or
No,
is
you're right.
it increasing community and family communication and engagement? And one of those areas that we'll measure is chronic absenteeism rates by us communicating with families, the importance and having our attendance coaches and really breaking down that initiative under the goal.
I've read that in some districts that a lot of absenteeism is because kids are afraid to go to school because they're afraid if they go home, their parents will be gone because of ice. So I don't know if that's happening here or not.
I'm sure.
Probably
For
is.
sure it is. At what level it is and like how that plays into the numbers, it'd be hard to know. But might be important to look at measuring a little more clearly, like telling the narrative, the story a little more clearly about absenteeism, because that's come up twice now. So, and does that belong better here or there? Do you think? Maybe it's already there.
I don't think we have absenteeism.
No, we had just referred to it as a measurement that isn't
That was the
always
example.
accurate.
Is
Right,
it?
it was the narrative.
Okay,
Making
so
sure.
so maybe that we start there. Does that feel okay to you, Sarah? Like start
Yeah,
there with like telling the real story, and then we can create a goal after that if we
Yeah,
need to.
I think what jumped out at me
Yeah.
is that we say 10% here and we say 10% here.
There's
We are defining numbers.
Uh-huh.
And this is something that is routinely talked about, and we know that kids can't learn when they're not at school. So I just,
So
Sort of wanted to-
weekly and
I don't care if it's all the way at the top of the strategic
Right.
goal, but I think we would be remiss if we didn't define it somewhere, define a goal.
So,
Having
through
kids.
weekly and monthly touch points of, have a number. Actually had a number on there and
Yeah, I thought I remembered that. Yeah, I do. I thought I had remembered that like an actual number in there. What we could do also is make it part of our 45-day plan too, and like a key piece, and then we'll be reporting back to you on that to define a number on that.
Which is-
define that.
And that's again why I asked, for those attendance, that last bullet point under the first column.
Oh, the more than 2 times.
Cabinet
updates
tracks
for the
attendance twice a year.
attendance.
And I said, why don't we do that more than twice a year? And I think we should be updating the board and the community on those.
I'm interested in that one too. I've been meaning to ask you about that. Can you illuminate us a little on the conversation around
yeah,
that?
it's with the attendance law, attendance success act. For Success Act. That's reporting. It's reporting to the state.
So this is more just to be in compliance for that. This
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
necessarily.
That's
Okay.
the only time we look at it, but we would like to increase and have more thoughtful conversations, especially in our executive team.
Okay. So this whole piece around attendance, it seems like another place to circle. Around attendance being part of the 45-day plan, more often reported, clearly stated, moving towards a clear goal once we kind of understand the narrative a little bit better. And I think that might be a really good movement there. Yeah? Does that sound good to everybody else? Yeah, okay.
One other piece before we leave this one.
Yes.
Which is this, from the left side there, I think I wrote improve family understanding, and then I wrote basics, IEPs, PTAs. And I know the idea is baseline measures for meaningful engagement using survey data and participation, and I like that, and I think some baseline of like, how well informed do you feel about, or what you need to know about your student?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I've been talking about this with the superintendent, so I don't want to continue to beat a dead horse, but it is amazing to me how much people are like, when does school start? Who's my kid's teacher? How does lunch work? Where is drop off?
Right. How do I find out about their bus stuff?
Yes, just
Yeah,
the
no, but you're right. I
absolute basics, and if we got that right,
Uh-huh.
and especially, frankly, for the immigrant communities, like, can you imagine, it is so hard for me, and I am on the school board, and I speak English as my native language. If I'm an immigrant and, there's uneven Spanish materials, we've been doing pretty well on that, it's been pretty good, but again, it's just, if we could get to a level of really proficient understanding for, let's say, everybody, including immigrants and families who are of mixed status at home, so there's a lot of fear, the engagement would follow.
Uh-huh.
Like if they felt knowledgeable and informed, that's the first level of engagement, and then the next level of engagement for other things in the school, whether it's around an IEP or a parent conference or something like that. But I think the basics are the
we are the resource versus social media sharing groups.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
Right.
where things spin out of control.
Right.
Like, we want to be the trusted resource for families in our district.
That's a really good point. Like because you also get the accurate information that way too, right? Like my mom texted me
the social media.
my mom-
Really? Are we starting August
Yeah.
7th? Do kindergartners start that day? You know, just
Well, and
all
how
the
do I
things.
register? Who
Right.
do I register? Like,
But even stuff like my mom texted me the other day and was like, they put EJ Martinez on the side of the building of where Chaparral, what used to be called Chaparral. They're calling it EJ now? And I was like, if that just happened, like, I'm not sure I can, like, what I'm going to do. Because I just had that whole conversation about, like, helping the people come together. It was on just the regular Santa Fe News, like a Facebook group, right? Somebody had put it there. You saw it, the bulletin board, you saw it too. And they miscaptioned it. They were taking a picture of EJ and talking about that. Somebody else said, like, oh, that's Chaparral now? Da, 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 da. Turned into a whole thing. People came in and corrected it. But, like,
if we leave a
it was
void,
like, yeah,
that's
what
what
it'll
it will
fill.
get filled with.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we need to not do that.
Yeah, it's clear. So, one more thought on that, which was, just escaped me. What was it? About, the word that comes to me when you were talking about that, Kate, is trust also. You talked about engagement, and for sure.
And that's
And
the point about the immigrant community.
Yes,
too,
that's
is
right.
trust.
Yeah, it's like because think about some of the people you trust most or have trusted most in your life. There's probably something about clarity and understanding that is connected to trust. Like, I'm clear about what they think and feel and what's happening. And again, best leaders have clarity around boundaries, around what their expectations are, these types of things, the procedures, what's going to happen, right? And so that trust, I think, becomes really a key piece. And then the engagement follows the trust, I would say, or is integrated into the trust. Yeah. Any other last thoughts about that? That was a really good group discussion, by the way. Well done, you all. Okay. I want to move us forward. So we've got, again, these three key pieces we're going to work on integrating into these priorities. We're going to look at the others as well, the verbiage from the others, and see where they integrate. We'll get those all put together. Then we'll take these and turn them into a 45-day plan. The 45-day plan is kind of a newer way that districts are looking at. It used to be a 90-day plan. You'd hear about that, right? 45-day plan pretty much follows a quarter system, like once a quarter, because it's 40. If you look at 45 business days, right, that's 9 weeks. That's a quarter. And it allows you to make real-time adjustments a little quicker, a little sooner. It means that our goals for each one of those 45 days need to be a little smaller, which is also better in those iterative processes. They need to be achievable within 45 days. And that allows us to take smaller but clearer and more achievable steps going forward, because those big steps are harder, and those are the ones that end up like exhausting people. So we want to be able to celebrate our successes and come back to you after 45 days, you meaning the board, and say, look what we were able to accomplish. This we haven't even touched yet. It's going to have to push to the next 45 because we've been spending all our energy on this. This little thing is a preliminary piece we're doing to get to this next one, right? And to be able to have, and I'm going to show you here in just a second. I was going to show them, I didn't discuss this with you, but I was going to show them the draft of that scorecard that I showed you.
No.
Yeah, good? Okay. To show you what that looks like.
Like it.
Yeah, I think you'll like it. So one thing on this, that in the research I've done, and John Mehta wrote pretty much a clear book on this called, he's searching for deeper learning. And he said that, and he's a writer out of Harvard, but he said the key distinction, the key strategy or action that great schools and districts do, that good schools and districts don't do. That really, this is the differentiator between good and great, is that the great ones have a continuous improvement cycle that's intentional. That's like a system of doing it. That's where I'm about to show you the scorecard. It's all meant to be very intentional and to help us measure the things, help us have an intentional reporting system, help us have a lean, efficient organizational system like the superintendent is creating right? Has created and is creating more, right? So that decisions can be made in good ways, that communication flows can be made in good ways so that we can adjust within our iterations and our adaptations. So that's where this comes in on that monitoring piece. So let me just pull this up for you all. Let's see. Rhonda, you're going to like this. It's very, yeah, I should have made it purple. We'll make part of the purple just for you. Oh, look, there it is. Part of it's purple. I'll show you. Look. Here it comes. Oh, wait. How do I get there? Okay. I'll figure it out. This is not my first rodeo.
You can do it.
Where is? I think it's down here. I'm trying to drag it, but it won't go. It won't go up. Let's try this. Give me one second. Oh, let's come out of this. There we go. Okay. So this is generally what we're looking at here. And again, this is a draft based on the priorities when they first came to us after that initial work with the cabinet. I put some of those some of that language they had in here. But if you look, we have just real simple key action steps that go in here under each priority, right? Make it a little bigger here. So there's your first priority, right? Key action steps, how we're going to define those. So again, this is where those percentages of absenteeism can exist right in here, right? And then how we're doing on those.
And this is still iterative, right? Like this isn't like already. This is
No, for sure. This is very much a draft form, for sure. Yeah, exactly. We're taking all this feedback. This is like 3 processes ago is when I created this. So there's a lot of like verbiage and wording in here that isn't accurate right now, but you'll get an idea of what it is. One of the key pieces that they say is kind of a newer, and this comes from a place called Studer, which it's adapted from Studer, which is a well-known, right here, Studer Education Framework, a well-known consultancy also, and I adapted it from their work, is that it's really nice to just use a green, yellow, red. Like hey, we're on track, we're doing this, we're on track, we're approaching, needs attention. Why do we do that? Because we can get lost in all the nuances of discussion and lose track of, like, you see there's a bunch of these that need some attention. And then if we have a particular moment in the reporting out where it's like, this is red, we should have done it, what do we need to do better? Then that's where our discussion goes. First, like, what are all the reasons and why? No, let's move forward, figure out what we can do better, and go forward. We can dig in a little bit, but only as much as it takes to move forward with it. So you see, this is kind of like, and then you have each priority, right? That with each one of those. There's a whole other tab on quarterly tracking. So this gives you all 4 quarters there. There's the 45-day action plan. What I like about this one is it actually talks about who the owner and lead is on this. So they can find themselves. We can keep people accountable, right, as we go forward, ask those questions, and then has the target date forward. We know that in any transformational process, having roles, responsibilities, and time bound are 3 key pieces to our action steps. And then this is one that's really just meant for the superintendent to keep like a real high-level tracking progress. And it'll feed into this, like which ones are on track, how many are on track, and which ones are approaching, which ones are not there. Any questions? Juan, did you have a question about this?
Well, just in general, where do like internal services fit into all of this question? Well, I mean, I know we're student center and I get all that, but like the support services around that, finance, IT, budget, that kind of stuff, legal, how does all that kind of frame in for all this?
their roles and responsibilities.
Just in general, not only that, but like from a budget perspective, how we talked about it, like how do we know, and Tiger's point about like the admin building, like the bond.
Yeah, that's helpful.
That's what I mean. Like
Right.
I'm trying to. I know we're students. I get that, but there's that whole component that just feels like, how do we play with that too?
So the priorities, and this may not be reflected here, but I'm sure that you'll make the connection. The priorities will help us with frame conversations. So, for example, in April, we met with all of the principals and all of the department heads to talk about their wish list for the schools. Like, here's your budget. What are also the things that you need? Having the priorities to be able to say, like, does this fit in with our goals and our priorities? And we can support your wish list item because it helps with attendance and it helps with. Is that what you're asking? No.
Not really. Like for example, we talked about we're going to do 800,000 to demolish E.J. Martinez. I know that's not student centric, but it kind of fits into resource allocation and things like that. And so, how do we measure like that kind of stuff?
Keep ourselves accountable to those things that are on there, right?
Because I think the finance was sort of
In this
yeah,
tab?
up at the top. It sort of listed finance as
Uh-huh.
the system, the sustainable system
Uh-huh.
pillar where that interacts. So I
Yeah.
wonder if
That's not exactly it. I think it's a good question, what you're
I
saying.
want to say, I think one is raising a
Mm-hmm.
reasonably important
Mm-hmm.
gap.
Mm-hmm.
HR is huge in here.
Yeah.
In this.
Yeah. And it's here too,
But-
right? You'll see like
And
HR
in-
director,
And in
HR
number
communications.
4, there
Uh-huh.
might be language to add
Mhm.
about responsive systems, or maybe that is where resource
Mhm.
allocation is, that's sort of
Mhm.
finance, tracking.
Mhm.
There is a little bit of, I'm glad that you all put facilities over here, because that is a big piece of what we do, right, is maintain physical universes. And it might be worth just taking a lens to sort of some of these key things that we do and how they fit into these big picture ideals, so that we do have, I think you're right. I think on some level, and for the board, the finance, resource allocation, tracking, reporting is sort of, here we have attendance, right, and that's great, and it's student
But
centered,
budget, yeah.
but, there is, I think that it's an important point.
Especially if you have goals connected to it. I think on some level this isn't going to be all things running a district, right?
Right, which is sort of what the last one tried to be.
Right.
It was too much. It was the classic, overwhelm.
Exactly.
strategic plan.
Yeah. So, but we do have some key pieces that are connected to so I put in here just now facilities and capital improvement, right, as some piece that we need to track, right? And if there's others that are key to our goals because it matters for student learning, which it does, which is that example in the book showed that key link between the allocation of resources and how it leads to keep learning, then let's measure it. So that was missing in there. I think that's a good catch. And we will we might have caught it later based on what you guys put in here too. We would have realized we needed a section in there later, but it's good that you just caught it right there.
So I guess to follow up though, maybe I understand more what he's saying too is, so we're talking about the product, right? At the end of the day, I know we're just assuming the systems are in place and the internal stuff are in place, and we don't need to be strategic about that.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
And having, so when I started out today, I talked about how each department had almost their own strategic plan, right? And so they were working in isolation. So how bringing them back together once we have the goals and saying who's responsible for what, and how does your department help support these priorities and goals, and really where is your ownership in facilities? There's a huge ownership in student learning. That having conditions that students can thrive in when they walk into a building and they feel good about themselves. That the bullying and the feeling safe and belonging, student wellness.
Bathroom, period.
Yes,
Products, you name
all
it.
of it. How will they take ownership in your direction as a board with the priorities that were set?
You brought up, that was good because we focus on all this, and it's those little things that we get beat up on because maybe we don't have the right systems in place or the internal working
Structures, yeah.
are there because that was a good example.
Yeah. And just like what's happening today, where we're really trying to weave together all the left hand and the right, and the head and the body, and bring the full district together, which is how I see this work. Where that needs to be part of the work of the district going forward in real intentional ways. So we even have like this, and this is, Rhonda, it's in purple just for you because this is probably your wheelhouse, right? Which is the launching cross-departmental collaboration initiative, so that there's like that's your systems piece that's actually in there as an action step to take care of and measure and look at, make sure that's happening. So that, to your point, I think that's what you were getting at too.
Yeah,
right?
that's I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah. Good.
Matches Rhonda's purple.
Good question. I don't know if it was meant to be on that one. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Any other questions about? So this is the type of thing that we can bring up at our reporting, 45-day plan reporting to the board, and say, here's where we are in these initiatives. Once we get the initiatives correct, they're not quite accurate here, but we're getting it. Anything else on that? Okay. Okay. So then, great. And then just to remember what Eisenhower famously said, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. Right? I almost said it at the beginning, but then I was like, wait, there's a slide later. Right? We understand that it's soon a plan. We got to get started. Plans help us get started. And that's where planning comes in. As soon as we get started, things are different than what we thought they were going to be. So if we're not responsive, then we're not doing the right thing. So then that plan pretty much becomes useless, right? So we replan and adjust our plan, and we're constantly planning and moving towards something. But we'll use this framework to guide us for sure. And I'm not going to say we're going to change this all the time because that doesn't do any good either. We have to have something to hang our hat on, right? For sure. Okay. So what does this look like for communicating to the community, to each other? I didn't bring up that portal of that other, just so we don't get lost in the weeds in that. But there's some schools have like really nice kind of portals on their website that take you straight into the strategic framework and show you like some version, like a very high level version of that scorecard, even where we are on certain priorities, and people can see it. Maybe it's even interactive. You can click on a couple of things and see what's going on. Hey, this is our priority. Click on this initiative to see what the school's doing. What's cool about that, and where that can be really advantageous rather than scary to have people see, staying on us with that, is that A, brings clarity about the direction that their district is going, and that engenders more trust. So we're talking about transparency, right? But also B, sometimes like parents come out of the woodwork and offer resources and ideas that you would have never thought of, that you never knew was out there. Some guy owns a nonprofit, but because he happens to be here, or some woman owns a nonprofit, happens to be in El Dorado, and it becomes a huge resource for the Santa Fe Public Schools because he or she was able to read on the initiatives that we needed something like that, right? And we didn't even know they were there. And their kid goes to the school. So that's really nice too, and we can actually have a call out for resources, and then the community sees themselves as a viable part of the public schools. So that's another reason to do that. So that's our hope when we're talking about, where is it here? More like a resource hub for the strategic framework piece. Places where we can get community input, we've talked a lot about that. Plans, updates, and progress, so that there's regular news going out, there's milestones, dashboard visualization that I just talked about, all on this portal. Engaging our,
At the risk of taking us off track, I just would like to say, as we talk about a resources hub, I find myself spinning deep in what the heck does PI do? Sorry, again, at the risk of, but it's like they've done these grants forever of what teachers need,
So if we are thinking about a resources hub, there's got to be some integration with what is now our own foundation
Mm-hmm.
that has worked to be at least an agency that fills resource gaps for teachers in a fairly direct.
Good idea. They're my fiscal sponsor for our, for my organization. That's all I know. They're super helpful that way. They get 6% of all the grants that we get, so and which I'm really glad because then it goes back into the school system, so it's perfect for me. Yeah. Okay.
I think one last question.
Yes.
About, not to derail, but also to ask, how do those plans look like?
That's kind of where we're going next. Good. That's important. Let me put that on the. That's kind of our parking lot. Actually, like legislative stuff, right? Legislative communication, and then also we want to have like policy submission, which gets us back into that.
Actually, I meant more specific to like the legislature.
Oh, the legislature.
Yeah.
Okay. Like say more. Say more. Maybe I don't understand.
Well, because I keep hearing over and over again that we're not going to get funded, and you might be there, so we might not get funded unless we have shovel-ready stuff. And so, how do we tie this stuff?
Oh, you mean capital out?
Capital.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you think? That's
And there's a policy element. I mean, capital outlay is a big piece, but there's a policy element which I would say is both legislative and executive. But Amira, that's a PED thing, and it's like there have been some suggestions about sort of what AI data gathering moratoriums or whatever that could be legislation. We could act for things at
That's a good
a state lawmaking
Yeah.
level.
Well, and I think it's sort of a two-way flow, right? It's whatever policy is developed at the state and how we interact
Yeah.
with that, and then what we advocate for based
that's
on
right.
what we're seeing and needing.
the way I see it too. It's another reason to have a 45-day plan because the state could throw something at us that completely,
Yeah.
gets us off the rails,
And they do.
and they do.
Often without
Right?
planning for
So
it.
then, like, okay, what's our new plan based on this whole new reality we had? And let's within our framework still. It gives us a little bit of that ability to react and respond. I see it that way, and we got to roll with the punches. Because our kids need us, right? Our students need us to be able to buffer any of that may derail something important, and be able to work with it in a good way. And hope, and because oftentimes PD can come up with something. They're coming up with good intentions, nonetheless, right? They're coming with good. So let's try to work with those intentions the best we can. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Good question. Any other thoughts about our communication plan, our cycle of improvement? Seems all right for you all? Can we agree on this moving forward? And board president, how do you want to move forward? Because this is a moment where we can kind of have a official or unofficial approval of moving forward with the strategic framework, with this work integrated into it in support of the superintendent's work.
I mean, I guess I have a question time. So Carmen, we're just talking about and I think the question is, do we take any action of any sort? Do we make a motion and have a vote? This is a board discussion and possible action. And I don't know if anybody has strong feelings. I guess I might say I have a quite small preference for us taking action and validating this. And superintendent, I don't know if you have a preference, but we can leave the discussion where it stands with our understanding, or and it might not matter at all in the end, or we could take some sort of official action to say we're all kind of in agreement with
Support this.
Yeah.
We're rowing on that boat.
That's right. In a well-balanced way.
My preference is really just that we have a consensus that did we get the priorities right? And that the goals are something that you support and that we can still iterate and have that flexibility. The framework is there, but that we're going to be reporting out to you and on 45-day cycles under these things as we're navigating them.
How's the reporting going to come?
That'll come through superintendent updates at the board meetings and presentations. I can also include them in my Friday updates for making because there's a lot of different action steps here, and so I might update you on the housing task force, but then I might report it out at a board meeting as well that that we've completed the design phase and now we're moving on to laying the. That's probably not.
One thing I agree with that. But I do have a question because I know you said that you liked it in terms of, but I just kind of want to ask you guys, because I know you started the discussion by saying you want to work at the reimagining. Because it feels right to me, they feel right to me, but with honor of the work that was done, do you guys feel like it was done with that blend? Okay. Cool.
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there were, because I've sort of been hoping that as we look at all of these things, and schools of innovation are mentioned over and over again, and we have our resolution around dual language or, more, but I didn't see that specifically, and I know now we have this, all elementary schools are going to have a language other than English, so maybe that's already there, but I didn't know if we felt like we wanted to sort of highlight that anywhere, because it was a piece from reimagining.
Schools of Innovation.
Schools of innovation, there's
And then you have the middle school, and
So there's several resolutions.
The Renaissance, this
bilingual
bilingual
Renaissance.
Renaissance.
I know that I saw it.
We're looking for the language. We're looking
Bilingual.
yeah.
With the celebrated learning events, but not necessarily bilingual.
I'd be curious, since you're talking about resolutions specifically, one of the things that I'm curious about is a shelf life of a resolution. And at what point do we bring them back and revisit them and look at them and say, is this still appropriate for where we're at? And there's no end date on a lot of them.
Given our discussion at the last meeting,
Yeah.
that's kind of the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
Is I don't think we have those things in place or clarified, and maybe that's something we need to work on,
Right.
so that it's clear how we bring forward policies.
Right.
What's a policy versus a resolution? What's the shelf life of a policy or resolution?
Right,
Yeah.
because we've updated resolutions too.
Yep.
Yes.
And what do they mean? For example, I'm going to go to the NAVA thing with 9 kids. I thought there was a resolution or something that kind of said, well, you shouldn't be accepting them because we want to phase out schools by kindergarten, starting with kindergarten.
It's actually policy that we have created for that.
Well,
But
that's a
it's-
policy, so
Yeah.
why aren't we following the policy? Why did we accept 9 kids in that school? Or is there, and maybe we don't because there needs to be an official action that it's not clear that,
Yep. I
so.
hear what you're saying. So back to what you were saying about the bilingual Renaissance, I would recommend that we would put that under number 1.
Yeah, I put it there. I have no idea how to spell Renaissance, so I just put Renaissance. That is. There we go. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Anything else? These are good. So we can actually move into some of this here in a minute, but we need to finish this discussion about taking action with the priorities as they are, is what I'm hearing. And then with work to do on iterative processes to clean up and integrate the action steps underneath the priorities, and letting that be a little more fluid. But the priorities should be, in my mind, it would be nice to make them as solid as we can. That'll be the walls of our framework. It gives just to help understand why I recommend it. It gives the superintendent some guidance, right? It's a way of being supportive. Again, it brings clarity, and so if there's some other big thing that comes out, and she's like, we're focusing on this because this is all the work that we've done. She has the support of you all. She has the support of the community to say, it's my responsibility as the superintendent to move us forward in the framework that you've given me. And it doesn't have to be like, no, this is just what I want, right? And it allows for that kind of a better way to come with accountability.
I think that means we're looking for a motion.
That we move forward with the priorities that's been outlined today.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I just want to say, superintendent and staff, a lot of work, do a great job.
Right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Woohoo!
Thank you.
We're doing it, y'all! We're doing it!
Well, and I do really think it honors reimagining.
Uh-huh.
I
I do
see
too.
I see
I do
all
too.
of those threads
Yeah.
here, and I think
But I want to be clear.
it's exciting.
Well, I want
See it
to
all
be clear
put
that
together.
Super important. Great. So the thought for going forward, we're done with our PowerPoint, or the slides for the moment. And we have actually more time than I expected because you guys are working together super well. Hopefully, let's continue this. Is to really take up some of the things that kind of came up in the board meeting. We have some time to work on that as far as next steps because those matter in how we roll this out. That's why it fits into our agenda today. It matters in how these things roll out. Like how collaborative are we? What are these? You know, for example, if we're submitting policy that has to do with one of these things, how does that happen? Right? You see a cyber risk. You care about the district. You have the expertise. How do you work to make sure that gets filled and happens? What's the best way for that to come forward? Is this a good moment to dive into this? This is what I'm thinking. Yeah. So what I see my responsibility here is to help us do two things here because this is really about you all discussing this. The main things are to keep us on track and to make sure everybody has a voice, an equal voice. So if you hear me come in, it's just because I feel like I have a responsibility as a facilitator to move us forward at the right moments going forward. Okay. So it came up. Let's just take this first one right on the head. How does somebody like Juan or anybody else who might feel strongly that there's a need for a new policy bring that forward in a good way so that it can be policy in a way that fits the precedent?
And to piggyback on that, the question I have is, because I really thought about that school now, and, you know, people have talked to me about that three legs of that school, AI, cyber, and data privacy. How do we build that school? That's like from a policy, Josh, and that's going to look to you a lot, because right away off the bat, like to your point, you said about resolutions, from a very basic level, even before we talk about the school, can somebody help me understand the difference between a policy and a resolution and their actions and framework, just what they are in relation to the district?
And also there was just to remind you, there was also a question about the difference between policy and an AR, right? And is that
Policy,
different?
AR, and resolution, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
and the
I think
resolution.
an AR is like the action items out of a policy. But I don't know that, but I don't know the difference.
I mean, I can share what I think, and I feel like what I've absorbed from the many years and hours of training in MSBA and other sessions, that truly the board does three things. Hire and fire the superintendent, oversee the budget and resources, and make policy. And as I've always explained it, that gets to be the sort of gray area where any given board should, frankly, define the modus operandi and agreements in terms of how that might work. Because, in my mind, a policy says, I don't know, we're not going to discriminate based on any category, right? And an AR says how we're doing that, how we're looking at it and enforcing it. But on lots of things, and including, let's say, cybersecurity, there might be really gray areas where in the end we sort of make a choice on where the lines are. And, you know, we can talk about, I mean, I do think a bunch of stuff that was in there should be in an AR, but there are some paragraphs to me that are really good policy in cybersecurity. And some of that I just want to own, we'll always have to wrestle with. Like, where's the line in the gray area, I think, between policy and AR? And to me, a policy is a very concrete, it's our equivalent to a law, right? It's a thing, and a resolution can be a way to get to a policy, and I think that was something that you brought up, because jumping all the way to all of that concreteness in policy, it takes a lot of work, but a resolution can affirm values, it can direct the superintendent on initiative, it can frame something in a much more, pick a word or many words, organic, comprehensive, values-based way. I don't know if that I think. Yeah.
Well, and I spent a lot of time thinking about it since our discussion, and I sort of, the way that I view policy is like, for our purposes, is that we're defining the thing, and the AR defines really the how. That it can be the goal that we want, the outcome we want, like defining the security measures that we want, maybe even, but who does that, or who oversees it, or how often they meet about it, or that's the detail stuff, which I think was all really well outlined. I think all of that should exist. It's just in which paper should it exist in.
I think
my concern,
Josh has
though,
some wording on this that I think might illuminate it. Is it? You want to say?
I think this will come in a little bit later, but I just want to touch base with respect to policy. You guys passed policy, and the superintendent passed the administrative regulation. And the analogy is, policy compares to statute, whereas AR, administrative regulation, compares to like rules or regulations. And so there's a statute that empowers PED to do X, Y, and Z. PED goes ahead and makes a regulation that should follow what the statute says to implement it. The gray area for me, of course, is resolution. I think that's kind of more of a political piece, just the way that I understand it. You guys are like, okay, we are for this, whatever concept it is. And then it could generate policy in the end. And I think we need to think about, too, like the shelf life of those resolutions. The board 10 years ago might have passed a resolution, and you guys aren't even aware of that resolution, but in theory,
Same thing with policies.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I asked Josh. I'm like, how far do I go back? And he said,
and policies are indefinite. They should be on the books forever and ever and ever, and then you change them for whatever reason.
Sorry.
You can read the policies. The point that I wanted to bring up, I spoke a little bit at the board meeting, kind of highlight what you guys were all saying, what Lamar was saying, and Juan was saying. In terms of the superintendent has a duty to advise the board on an annual basis of the need for policy revisions so that all board policies conform to state and federal laws. It is the duty of the board to accept, reject, modify the superintendent's recommendations in conformance with the state and federal laws as it sees fit to seek external guidance or advice. And so that's kind of what we've been doing now. Is more or less kind of reactionary. The legislature passes laws, and then we go to our policies and amend them. Or an event happens, and we look at our policies and say, oh, we need to amend this because of change in time. So that's something that you guys might want to think about, is how, for example, a board member would want to bring forward a policy, and what that looks like in terms of staff work, how it's like it on the agenda, or how you guys approve it, so that's not kind of Wild West where everybody is just bringing forward policies and sticking to it like advent time, and then it's convention.
What are you reading from that?
So this is policy,
Okay.
board policy 100. The 100 series is
I'm
policy.
going to ask for, the links to all the things now. I went to a school board training that said the board has a responsibility to review every single policy every
I mean, that's kind of what I read to you in terms of it's. I mean,
I got that.
the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I know, like, a number of years ago, the district hired an outside firm to review all the policies, and it took, a whole year and a whole heap of cash.
$250,000 10 years ago, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and that was 10 years ago. I imagine it costs double these days.
Yeah.
I had to take a look at all of our policies. I mean, I review them quite frequently, but I mean, it's like 500 pages. Right? So if you're going to review all of those, it's 500 pages of policy. So you might want to consider how we implement that paragraph that I read to you. The superintendent shall bring forward policy. We have been bringing forward kind of react.
Right, like the
Well,
AED
and
thing.
that says the superintendent brings forward, not a board member.
No, but kind of what Sarah was saying in terms of the training, I read to you guys another part of the policy that says the board shall pass policy. So there is that gray area.
Yeah, there is.
We-
There is
passed
a gray
policy.
area.
Well, it says develop. The policy actually says develop.
And this,
Read it again.
this is language that was created. This isn't statute. This is language that was created by the board at some point in time.
For guidance, yeah.
This was in 2012, it was last amended. This was first adopted in 2006. So at that time, the board said the superintendent assigning that task to the superintendent, hey, you need to take a look at all our policies and advise the board. The piece that I read to you guys at the board meeting was actual regulation. The board has a responsibility that doesn't say pass policy.
So let's take this, I think what might help us is let's take this case study here. A board member sees that there's a cybersecurity issue in the two.
So here's what, and I think this speaks to kind of what has been the point of contention. So, we get hammered. All of us get hammered, like all of us do. And so I like the
I
neutrality.
don't. Not very often.
Well,
I don't. I mean, I did get a
People
bunch
like you
about
better.
Amira.
yeah.
I did get a bunch
Who's
about
going to
Amira.
hammer Carmen? Come on.
Nobody's gonna hammer you.
Come on.
It's also the schools I'm in, which
Yeah.
makes a difference.
So I like the neutrality of policy and law as much as I can. But then I could say, what is click here, what is okay? We all singing off the same sheet of music. Tiger's point, sometimes we look at state law, and that's what it says. That's what we have to do. It's like really nice to take the pressure off. But on these two particular issues that emerged these last 3 weeks, there wasn't like any clear policy, resolution, nothing that I could point to that says, this is how we do it and this is how we see it. And so because of that, I kind of felt like my pants were down, and I tried my best. And then with the cybersecurity thing, that was because there isn't, because I look at the policy. Most of them say last reviewed or amended in 2012. The majority of 2012 have to be 2012. I mean, the vast majority. And so I'm like, well, then how current are we? So that's what I started thinking about. And then when I started, I looked at the cybersecurity thing because of the quantum computing resolution. I said, okay, well, there's not like cybersecurity policy. This is another kind of situation where if there is something that happens, we're going to be caught with our pants down because we're not going to have policy to cover ourselves. There's no cover. And so well, let's start working on that. So I did. And plus, I got pressure from the state. On the other issue that came up,
Stop there. Can you clarify what pressure did you get from the state?
so right now there's the state plans. They got like $10 million in 2023 to build the Office of Cybersecurity. That Office of Cybersecurity then had a local mandate that made sure all local government bodies have cybersecurity policy. So because I worked with the Office of Cybersecurity very closely,
At the state level.
the state CIO said, get your act together. You guys don't have this in place.
So, I mean, if I may, I think on some level, all things are true here. You're absolutely right. I think our conversation though needs to be about what we do and how we do it going forward. We will never be able to preempt every issue or question or not be caught with our pants down, so to speak. Like that just will come. So what we need is the foundation and the tools for how we do it in an organized
with,
agreement, because we need three of us to have
Right.
any power.
Yeah, because how do we know one of us isn't working on something that the others
Yeah,
don't
like,
agree
no
with?
way.
Or,
yeah.
and I felt bad after that night too, because here I was arguing with Juan and challenging him, and then I kind of jump on Kate as president. Well, how did this get on the agenda? But she has no way to any guidance either to not put it on the agenda. So it was like,
Yeah.
Well, and
No,
that's
it's
clear
good.
rationale because she has always tried to let
right.
us take the initiative to put
But
things
if
on
at
the
least
agenda.
if there was a system in place or something we can follow that we all know, okay, it takes this, you introduce it first, you see if there's consensus
So let's-
on the board to
Can
do
I
it.
just
and then-
jump
go through
ahead to that? 'Cause
Yeah.
I've been thinking about
That's
this.
the
and
thing.
This is just at
Yeah.
least a starting point, but I think the process should be roughly this. With like the board discussion, possible action as we use it and have been. Maybe we get a little bit more drilled down about what happens when things come out of it, but that three of us agreed to do something.
At least.
We want at least, yeah, absolutely.
And can we make sure, if you want to do it, can you add it to the agenda before the published agenda instead of just introducing it that night?
Yes, I like that a lot.
Because then you've got to
Just
think
a
about it,
note.
just a note or a caption or something, so that.
It says under board discussion and possible action,
Yeah.
following through on the example that says cybersecurity policy, board member blank.
Exactly.
And then when we get there, you say, I want to do a cybersecurity policy. Everybody says, yes, we agree. And then here's the next step to my mind.
Somebody tracking this, what she's saying? Okay, yeah.
I'm not going to
Okay.
forget
I got it.
also,
All
I
right,
promise
okay,
you.
all right,
I'm
okay.
thinking about it.
Okay. And thanks.
But then the next step would be, and maybe, this could be a little softer, but I would like to see that a minimum of 3 agree and then 2 work on it.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
nice. That's good. How
Because then
about?
it's not somebody by themselves. No, work on the
Policy.
whatever.
Or
Work on the
resolution.
policy
With the
either
superintendent
together
staff.
and with the superintendent and staff, so that ultimately, if again we follow the example, you've sent in the thing saying, I'd like this under board discussion, possible action, it gets on the agenda. We all nod and say, yep, sounds good, and we say, Sarah's your partner. Or Sarah says, I want to be your partner.
Yeah.
And then the 2 of you work with the superintendent and team on the
Create-
policy
create
and
the
to bring
details.
it forward.
And if
So
we don't
that-
have 3 and 2, then
Yeah, I mean, the 2 piece, if everybody says, I just can't take on another thing right now, but we all agree if we want it to happen, that to me would be the exception to the 2
Yeah.
rule, but,
Well, we talked timing then.
exactly,
Right.
and that's
Well,
the
that
thing
was
is.
gonna be, I think once it goes after the 2 and it goes to, we start working with the superintendent, there's gotta be some kind of authority or something where you can say no, or here's
We
what's
think this will
going on.
approximately take 3 to 6 months in order
this
to
is the
vet this, we'll
problem,
need
and
to
this
do
is-
this. And
Yeah, and maybe that's something we would even agree for whether it's an update or another board discussion and possible action, that it's like, okay, you all agreed to this, Juan and Sarah were gonna do it, and having talked with the superintendent and team, here's the update on what comes next and how long it's gonna take, or something like that.
could we put something on the agenda specific to policy, or is that not? Like say, either like policy section, but you don't want to look at any policies or any policies.
policy review.
Like a policy review and whatever, that way it's like specific to policy.
To a particular policy, are you asking, or is
No,
policy in
it's like
general?
an
Like agenda
agenda
item,
item,
or is
that
that
is
not
a
okay?
policy.
No, it's
review.
absolutely
Yeah.
fine, we can put whatever we want on our agenda, and then they'll have to tell us if it's too vague or something, but,
You mean create a new section?
Kind of, so like if there's nothing to review that day, we just don't put anything on it. But at least it kind of highlights.
Because there
Honestly-
used to be like introduction of legislation on some board agendas sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can, and we could, I'd be kind of inclined maybe to put it under board discussion of possible action, and if that's what everybody wants and makes sense, I just want to say, I worked hard, probably too many years ago, it's probably about time, but the agenda used to have lots of sections. And it felt, because when it's there, you start feeling like you want to put something on it, so
Yeah.
I felt, in updating the
Or because it's
agenda.
blank
It's a
for
broad
months.
umbrella there.
Well, problem we were trying to solve once upon a time when we redid the agendas was board meetings felt less meaningful and clear because there were all these sections that somebody was always trying to fill with something.
So it became like just to do it.
Right. Whereas there is no reason, we can't, even just, let's say, following the example, put it on as like updating policies, on board discussion and possible action. That's something we might talk about and then follow up on. Three people agree, like, yes, we want to do that as a project, if you will. And so, okay, we're going to have 2 people work on that and then bring it forward. And then, we can put it on 3 months from now as its own Roman numeral or not. We can do whatever we want to write the agenda.
And this is for interviews.
Well, I was going to say, and I hate to use this term because we all, the 3 of us at least, experienced at the city, but does there need to be some kind of fiscal impact or something that the staff does so that, because the intent of that was so that you could push back without,
Here's what I'd recommend based on this book: fiscal impact and student outcome. Like, what is the student outcome?
Yes.
Like
So you
outcome
center
for
on
this? Yeah. So it keeps us centered, right?
and then that way you don't feel like we're pressuring you to do something that just because we
isn't
want
aligned
it,
with our
and
priorities.
it's not aligned, and you can push back and be like,
Yep.
no,
Show
we're
me
not
how
going to do
this
this
fits
now,
in.
or this is how it fits in.
And just to say, it's a really good idea, I think, practically at the city and at the state, it is a way for staff to push back without pushing back. To be like, this is going to cost multiple millions of dollars and 7 full-time people.
Yeah.
Do you want to do it?
Like to implement.
And it'll all just be for analysis, not for anything that has to do with student outcomes, and so as staff, there's power in that, filling out the fiscal impact.
And just to let you know, on the cybersecurity, Patricia assured me that everything that's in there is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Great.
So this is for introducing new policy.
I think it's ready for update.
Yeah.
This is for board members to bring updates on policy and
Or
introduce new policy. So when we're looking at 2012 is the copyright on or the adoption of many of our policies. And if that's
That was probably the $250,000.
right.
Yeah.
There's got to be like the piece what Vaughn was saying, which kind of intrigued me a little bit, of having that policy review. Do you want to see? Do you want to be looking at policies and updating policies and just sort of figuring out over the next 3 years so it's not so overwhelming or spending the money? Is it something we want to do?
Well, is it time to spend the money again? Maybe it was worth it in 2012.
Another option is perhaps the board creates a subcommittee, 2 board members, and I think myself and Rhonda, meet every couple of months or whatever, and just kind of go through the policy. Maybe we need to revise this one, or whatever the case may be.
Or chunk it down to the 100 series. Like, let's look through all the 100 series, and then in 6 months we'll look through the next.
Yeah.
And maybe some move faster
Like
than
over
others, but
a couple-year period.
I've also spent a lot of time looking through those and thought those should have a more recent date on them, even if it's just, some language changes.
Sure.
Just to show, like, it's our responsibility, I think, to show that we're looking at them and making them the best they can be. So,
Good call.
Yeah,
So-
that's exactly what and it wasn't like I'm not trying to be critical of it. It's just, the world has shifted so quickly and so fast. Now we have this cyber kind of arena, to your point about digital wellness, like we have this whole other arena that we have to confront. And how are we I think schools have a really good idea how to keep kids safe physically now. I mean, some better than others, but I don't think schools across the nation have a really good handle how to it's safe cyber-wise.
Yeah. And we're
well,
way behind as a
we plowed full
society.
steam ahead, and now we're going, oh.
Now we have to catch up. Yeah.
Well, and AI is accelerating the speed of things,
Yeah.
and we're way behind as a society on that, no question about
And
it.
there's no
And
federal legislation.
COVID brought us
There's no
way
state
into
legislation.
Yeah.
all the
Right.
technology.
So we're going to be, this is going to be like an iterative process also, right? The cybersecurity piece. one question I have that I think was a good point that kind of went to Ramon's original point, which is that there's probably something around like making sure that the one submitting the actual policy in the end doesn't have the board member's name on it, because it's really not what they're like. In that way, it keeps you guys like honest to working, making sure it all comes through the superintendent or her staff, right? Could be something that can just like keep that. If you feel like it's okay for somebody to be like submitted by so and so and so and so, doesn't mean you couldn't support it.
Me is I'm like I was seeing staff that putting policies forward, and then all of a sudden I see board members.
It doesn't mean you couldn't support the writing of it and be part of that committee that created it. But even just the title of it probably shouldn't have a board member's name on it. It would be my guess. If this is sort of the precedent, I'm not sure
I
if
think
it matters.
that's fine, and maybe we can label it like new policy or policy update or something like that, just to know the difference between the two ourselves. And I think you're probably right. In most cases, there is, I don't know. I can't see it all. I mean, again, knowing how the city does it, sometimes you want it for political credit.
Right.
You want your name on it.
Well, and it is our responsibility.
Yeah. So
I don't know that it's not.
Yeah, and I mean, on some level, I might even say that could be up to the board members who are bringing it forward.
What do you think about that, Ramon?
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Like I said, I just thought it was.
It just hadn't been done.
It hadn't been done before that.
So if you agree on that it's okay, then it's okay?
I don't have a problem.
You feel okay?
Well, I guess the real question is, what is our default practice? Because I did that in part because it was new. So I was trying to flag it in a way.
Yeah.
That.
I mean, I appreciated the whole conversation, quite frankly. I mean, because I didn't know if it was new or not. Honestly, I didn't know one way. But when you brought it up, like, Tiger's speaking to something. This has to be like, important, because from a government perspective, he knows more about running a government than anybody I know. So I'm like, crap. And I think there's something wrong. So
No, well, and I worry that how would we function without Kate and Sarah sometimes? Because you guys know how it's done or supposed to, but it's not like written.
Well, at least I know.
Formal. So I'm just like.
Yeah, we're deep into oral history sometimes.
Okay, so I think, Sarah, you have an interesting point there too. Like, right, it's part of your responsibility.
Yeah.
So so if it is okay to submit policy, then if you do it in this order that you were talking about, you're following the process, then your name can be on it and it's part of the thing. Yeah.
And truly, we did used to do this. At some point early on in my time on the board member names were on stuff a bunch.
Okay.
And I think we could look back, but anyway.
Well, and probably
It just
even
changes.
if you ask for a presentation, right? Like,
Yeah.
you would say, I asked for this presentation because blah, 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 blah.
And if it's on the agenda, I may want to reach out to that person ahead of time. Just like, hey, what's the background on this? Or did you know that I was already thinking?
Hey, I
of this?
did that.
I've got a comment that kind of addresses Ramon's initial point at the board meeting. The 100 series, they don't have any ARs. Probably the reason that it's supposed to be the administration drafting it. But maybe that's something you guys want to consider. That the board would have an AR for, like, the one that I did right here. You might be able to, like, put within that AR the procedures for bringing, like, kind of what you're just discussing now, put it in paper, put it on writing. It's just an idea.
Who for ourselves?
Yes, for you. I mean, that wouldn't be us having anything to do with it.
I don't want us passing ARs.
No, it would just be limited to like the 100 series, and then perhaps it's just one reading, vote on it, and say, okay, here's some new AR for the 101 policy. It's just an idea, just so that things are memorialized.
So doing the an AR and then an exhibit with a supporting document is what we do with AR. It's more administrative.
Okay. All right.
How-
One thing we used to do, I mean, again, once upon a time, years, was write down norms, which I think is a version of what you're saying.
Yeah.
We did once upon a time write down norms and then adopt or agree to them. And we might need definitions there. I sort of want it that, this is an agreement, not a binding policy.
Yeah.
And therefore, truly, I do actually feel pretty strongly, weirdly, even about the press thing, that like everybody needs to be prepared to break that in a certain case. I don't know what the case is, but like there are norms in terms of speaking to the press, for example, which we could imagine some scenarios where it would be the right thing to break the norm if we're all engaged in a bunch of fraud. And
Which we are not.
siphoning, which we are not, and siphoning off money or something like that for a
No one's
board
sexy
member, a
either.
new board member to come on and go, even if they've agreed to the norm, and go, I'm sorry, actually now I have to break this because there's illegal activity. I'm sure there would be, with illegal activity, there's a duty to report. Anyway, but we, back to the main point, we did once upon a time write down norms, and we didn't vote on them as adopting them, but it was something like this: as a retreat, the superintendent or a staff member would give us the norms as agreed and allow us to edit them and then send them as a final version. So it sort of happened kind of informal.
And I think those, I agree with you, but to Josh's point, having like operational kind of guidelines under board, because that book does talk about guardrails a lot, and guardrails about the board,
Yep.
and that's what you're talking about, norms.
Mhm.
So I kind of, because like onboarding was really hard for me because I had a certain expectation of onboarding that like when I was on board, there wasn't really an onboarding. It was kind of like, go figure it out. So I did the best I could, and I read all the policies, and I'm like, oh, these are kind of old sometimes. So that's kind of my first impression. And so then, to me, like in terms of like the press norm, I think what's interesting about that is it kind of speaks to the heart of our role in the community, right? And I think that if we have an agreement on there should be like a norm in terms of like for the superintendent's contract, that should be one voice. I totally agree with that because we have to do that as one voice, and if we did that behind closed doors, and that can only be, that's executive session stuff, so only one voice there. I get that. But if there's like something that's brewing, and those are the times that if there's something brewing that hasn't become a board action, but that is kind of like the community kind of hitting us, well, I think that we do have a responsibility to speak to it outside of the board as an individual or as an elected official. So I think as we operationalize these things, we do have to allow ourselves flexibility to be elected officials as well, because the public doesn't understand this stuff. The public just thinks they see your name on a ballot, they think you're my representative. So they don't know about all the stuff that happens within a governing body. All they know is that I voted for you. And so therefore I have access. And I think that's kind of where,
Which they 100% do. I mean, anybody can email you and you respond to their email. I don't say you
but
have
see,
to.
but then if that gets to the press, which can happen, right? Because these are public emails, and they can circulate, right?
If I may, I really think this is like, honestly, from my perspective, you hold it really rigidly, which I'm not sure the rest of us do.
Both what Reg.
If it gets to the press, I mean, you can't control if you talk to a constituent and it gets to a press, and that's not breaking a norm. I mean, who cares? Like,
What-
we just do our best.
What are we going to do moving forward, though, when it comes to the press now?
Right.
I still wanted to talk about policy.
Yeah, okay,
I have
that's another, well,
Yeah.
that's
Okay,
another
let's
one.
put it up here.
Let's finish
I had a
policy.
feeling it was going to come out, and I'm glad it did. So let's do it. Let's finish policy, and we'll get there. So press is next. What's
I'm
next?
curious what the existing process. I think I've only worked on resolutions, and like Dr. Garcia sort of pushed me in that direction anytime I would bring something forward.
You've revised, I feel like you've revised policy more than anybody, like wellness policy.
No, resolutions, she's right.
Okay.
Just resolution. I've done a lot of
Is it like-
resolution work.
Vaping, was that a resolution?
There's a resolution.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious what currently the resources are staff-wise for how we create policy, because that's part of what took so long with the vaping resolution was Jen and Sue and I sitting together going, I guess we'll write it this way? Like, is this the right? And I think it went through Josh at the end, like, just to make sure. But maybe I'm building those skills, but like drafting policy isn't something that I have vast experience with. And so if I were ever to do anything more than that, or we have a data privacy framework, how do we take that then and integrate it, and who goes through those things? And when we find things on draft policy that isn't accurate, like, how does all of that happen? Whose responsibility is it to make sure that it's accurate, that
it is,
we're not citing things that don't exist?
We happen to have an expert on cyber, but what if we didn't? So then we wouldn't have a policy. And that's kind of, again, what I was trying to get to the other night was we do, and again, we're going to argue about this, but sometimes I was always taught that elected officials stay at a certain level, and then below that, the details and again, we introduced the resolution, we need a cyber whatever policy, and maybe some general framework. But then it's up to staff to go do it, figure out
Bring it back to me and I'll say, you're missing this, like, it needs more of this.
But,
but
there's no rule that says if I'm an expert in something, why can't I be involved in the drafting of it?
The question I had, though, I just want to make sure we don't lose track, is what can the board expect to be able to, what resources can they expect?
Well, should the board be writing policy? Maybe that's the question, or should we do a resolution and then calling for a policy, and then the staff writes the policy?
I've been on a number of boards, and we write the resolutions, and the staff writes the policy. And we vote on the policy.
That's always been my experience.
And we vote on the policy.
But I think at the district level, from my experience, I know what you're saying. Like the resolution is the governing body is making a statement to do this. That's the resolution. We resolve to do this.
Exactly.
And then staff comes up with the policy around that.
Yes.
But resolution to the district means something different than policy. To Kate's point, and she is the one that told me. You are the one that told me that. I can't remember who it was, but you are the one that told me that policy is the law of the district. And so
I'm looking at it backwards.
You're looking at it backwards.
Yeah.
And so that's where it becomes a resolution has no binding. But I think if we have a policy, then we would have some cover legally. Not a lot, but we have some.
And honestly, as much as I think maybe you're right, and Dr. Garcia was superintendent when I started, her second time, if you will, and then of course there was her third time, just prior to Dr. Griffin. But I wouldn't want to bother with staff time to do a resolution. I think what we actually just outlined in terms of doing a policy, I mean, that is what we've done. But right now, I'm sort of thinking like on cybersecurity, and one had some temporal urgency. I guess, wouldn't want us to do a resolution to say we're going to do a cybersecurity policy if we could just do it with a little bit of nodding at a meeting, and just as an efficient government thing, like, skip the first part. Whereas when there's more to, like, computer science is a resolution that I sponsored a long time ago. I was very proud of. Paige was, I think, the person who brought it to me. Right? Is her name? Yeah. And it was very meaningful, and it was very meaningful in part because Tom Ryan and Neil Weaver got on board with doing the thing, but the resolution was really, it was to call out values and to call out an initiative. I don't know that we have a computer science policy. We just have, whereas cybersecurity is a policy thing. So, again, I get that there's going to be some things that are just.
But that's a very good distinction. What you just outlined is a really good distinction between a policy and a resolution.
Yeah. And
that's probably the best summary I've heard.
If we had said, like, digital wellness and safety, then these things would all have been coming out of that resolution.
So let me ask the question. Let me ask the pointed question, because I think we're saying this kind of the same thing here, and so maybe we can find some language and move forward. So it sounds to me like like, if we've got an expert on the board, there's no reason not to use the expertise. He's got the passion, he's got the heart for it, he's got the knowledge. Like, it would be
Sarah's
silly.
a very
It would be,
experienced nurse. Yes.
yeah, it would be, right. It would be silly not to use them. They're connected into the right places, right, for policy. So to say they can't do policy doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think you created, your proposal, Kate, created some really good safeguards for that. That if you're thinking about a cybersecurity policy or a wellness policy, you bring it up first with the whole board as an agenda item, and 3 people have to agree on it. And then ideally 2 people are in that working group working on it when possible, whenever possible. So it keeps it
When time allows, yeah.
when time allows, and that there's staff connected to that priority as well. And then that's where the superintendent, in my mind, has to like recognize the resources it's going to take to move that forward and give the timeline based on those resources, right? So then that's where she can kind of negotiate the resource question. That's how I see it. Does that sound
Well,
right?
and I would say.
Yeah, let's have Dr. Griffin.
Well, I was going to say, to the resource question, I find it a little bit, as the British say, how long is a piece of string question. Like,
Right.
what's available
Right.
to us? And,
Yeah.
and truly, as a member of city staff once upon a time, and as a CEO of my organization, they're like, what's this going to take? And I'm like, it depends on how efficiently, how well we think, how well, all these things, and whether it should be aligned with district stuff. So hopefully,
But she could,
so I guess I would say what you're suggesting is that the superintendent, in reaction to a very specific thing rather than a general sort of what resources are available for the board to do
Yeah.
stuff, question that we follow this and have the superintendent come back. And what I want to say is I think what Josh raised is really important as to whether we then want to, this can be our first case study. We've got steps. Do we want to write them down and in any way adopt or at least just have them in our email to refer to when
I think we
all-
adopt them,
Okay.
because then as other board members come and go, then
Yeah.
at least it's.
I agree, they should have
Right.
And they would
Process.
live
One
under
on
like
board.
common operating protocols or
That's
like,
good.
and this is how we.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Like a SOP is what we call it in the business world, right? Standard operating procedure. And we try to hold to those as much as possible. So,
Super Wigan.
Thank you. So in my experience, typically policy comes after legislation, right? And so in a typical cycle after the legislative session, we now have these new laws that we have to comply with. So there's policy that's created. Usually the School Board Association has a form of, like, with their lawyers and their think tanks. And then we have Josh who writes our policy, but you probably don't do it in isolation, that you're looking and pulling. And then our board, looking at our policies, really specialize them for Santa Fe. And so most policies are coming to the board because of legislation. They're coming, that's a normal cycle. We're in kind of a new territory here because of the urgency and just the quickness of AI and cybersecurity and student data privacy, right? And that there's not federal or state. We're having to create it at a district level, and it's really almost like normally we're able to just say like, okay, like we've got the framework, we're having to create it, and this doesn't, the board having policy that they want to bring forward doesn't happen that often typically, but there's an urgency and need here.
And to your point, though, the cybersecurity policy did emerge from state legislation. It's just that locally, we have other security yet. There's different statewide groups that are doing this kind of stuff, kind of forming templates for local agencies. Because the city doesn't even have a cybersecurity policy. So, the reality is that that's exactly what happened. There was legislation, the Office of Cybersecurity was created, the local agencies didn't have to, kind of comply with that. And that's where it came from for me, is the pressure from there. So it wasn't like I just pulled it out of the air. Now, this data privacy thing, we are going to have to look at what's been presented, look at it, because there isn't data privacy at the state level. There isn't even, I don't think there's at the federal level either. What ICOMA did present is basically vendor management part of data privacy. It's not an encompassing data privacy at all. So, but again, that's also kind of emergent from the world that we're living in, that we have to catch up with what we're doing and what we're seeing
Well, and
Right.
what we heard in that meeting on Thursday before, that I think Madeline Carey really clearly outlined is that based on her conversations with legislative leadership, that oftentimes local entities have the ability to pass policy faster than the state does. And if they can say, look, they did that at this place, so we can
Yeah.
take that and build from it because if they did it, it worked well. Like, we also have an opportunity. So it doesn't have to just come from the state. We can be leaders, and should be when there's an urgent issue that we need to address.
Okay. So one piece here that I just want to firm up was about the resource question with the soup within the standard operating procedure and make sure it gets caught. Is that I think it should be written as part of the norms that then the superintendent advises on a timeline based on the resources that she sees is going to take. So, for example, if she's recognizing that this is going to really need a whole bunch of meetings with her digital information and tech team, but she knows they're involved in this
And they're
other
in the
major
middle of
project.
updating every system and
So,
every piece of
and she's
software they
gonna
have.
be able to tell you, okay, look, we have to wait till they're done with this, and then we're gonna be able to move forward with that, right? So,
Or is it that urgent that we have to pull them off
Or-
and this is delayed because
Right.
of it?
and then you
You
guys
can
can
see board direction.
have that
Yeah.
conversation, but you're involved in that.
Well,
conversation.
and you were pretty quick to offer a timeline on Thursday morning for that data privacy stuff, and I appreciate that. I also think that if we're bringing stuff up in a board meeting, and I think like it makes sense to me that a practice is, the next day or within however many days of the meeting that you send an update saying, here's the anticipated timeline on this policy
Yeah.
based on staff, bandwidth.
I would
So-
say target 30 days. I mean, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
So that we're all kind of,
Okay.
or if it's not, if we set a default of 30 days, and if it's more than that, then here's why.
Since this is on the table and we're here, do we need to like actually call out exactly how we're going to move forward with the cybersecurity piece? Like what are we going
It's not on
to
the
do?
agenda.
How to move forward with it at least, like in the sort of
Under
committee
the-
version?
Under policy
This
next
is,
step.
we're talking
Yeah.
about next steps.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Support
see.
all
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it's covered under the umbrella of that.
Yeah. Like now we probably shouldn't take any action, but just like, because it was kind of left up in the air, right? So is it to go back to
Well-
staff or?
I don't know that it was left up in the air. From my perspective, I want to make sure that both President and Tiger have what they need from this discussion before we do anything about the policy. Because I think the overarching thing was what was more pressing than the actual policy itself.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So what do you think?
So if we followed our new process,
Yeah.
at the next board meeting, it would be an agenda item under board discussion and possible action. You guys could discuss it and take a vote, but yes, we're going to move forward with drafting and creating. And you'll ask me how long, and I'll be like, it's done.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see who wants to be the partner.
So is that about, because we know that there's already, it kind of works, but it's kind of like, it's a little bit moot because we've
A lot of
already
the
been
work's
presented.
already been done, but I
So
wouldn't
is there a
mind also-
refinement process that
Well,
needs
if
to
there
happen?
was, I was gonna say, if nobody else wanted to work on it, I wouldn't mind even just,
Yeah, that's
Be
where I
the
was.
one.
There
I
we
was like,
go.
let's get him a
and then,
partner
and
today.
then, and then,
That's
I'll-
that's
and then
better.
most of the work's been done, but at least I could go in and find out and then learn more about it. And
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you're the,
Next
Awesome.
board meeting, you guys can go ahead and do the first reading again.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, what I would say is now that you have a partner and we're sort of working on this according as the example we've agreed in terms of our next steps. I would suggest just that you get together and whatever you need to get up to speed and frankly do a revision.
And I'd like to be there.
And yes,
well,
absolutely.
that's involved with staff, it's
Yeah.
not him and I.
that's a
going
key
out.
piece, right, of that, of the
The two of
SOPs,
us
that
have to
staff's
meet with
involved.
staff
Yeah.
Yeah,
get
that is a
involved.
key piece of the SOPs, but just to say, I would suggest a revision before we do it.
So Josh, I have a question for legal though. How do other board members chime in without violating any like rolling quorum or anything? If there's issues with it that maybe I don't know, I don't catch, should they communicate that to staff or not to us, or? Because there might be problems or revisions needed that I don't know. or I think are fine, but Kate or Carmen or someone may have. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
or do we just wait till it
I
comes
think
up?
we wait. I think I'm too concerned with the rolling forum.
Okay.
2 board members working on it, plus staff, plus the super. I think we're going to weed out
Okay.
a vast majority of the problems. And
Okay.
if there are problems that another board member addresses,
They just
That's
have
the
to
point
meet.
of the first reading.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would like to say, though, that as things come up like that, and if board members do have questions, so on Friday, we release the agenda to the boards and board members, and then there may be the cybersecurity policy on that. If a board member wanted to call and ask some clarifying questions that they may be asking publicly, but they want to just make sure the team's prepared for some of those questions, I think that's a
Because they're talking to staff, they're not
Well,
talking
they're
to
talking,
us.
But-
yeah.
But that point is that in this situation, if Roman, if they had worked on this together and I had those questions on Monday afternoon that I had and texted him, then we have a rolling forum.
Right,
So
that's
you
what
have
you
to
would
ask the
text
questions.
me.
Just go to you.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and in that instance, just on anything, it is his duty to say, I've been talking with Roman, I can't talk to you.
Mm.
So just to say, we each do have that responsibility. If somebody reaches out to you to talk about a thing that you've been talking with somebody else about, you have to say,
There's a law.
I can't talk to you.
Okay, so can you just for my own education about rolling forum. So I'm talking to Carmen about something, right? Like they were talking about some sports that we're going to do. She and I have been
Is it
talking
related to the public schools?
about- Yes, yes.
You're not going to a Broncos game.
No. So we're talking about something that's right, sports thing in the schools. And she and I have been talking. And then it gets to
Comes
like
in.
Tiger. Like somebody says something and it gets to him, and then he texts either one of us about that thing. That's a rolling point.
No, then you have to tell him you can't talk to him.
You've
Both of
already
you.
talked to one,
So
so you
if I
can't talk
engage
to
the
another.
topic, then it becomes a rolling point. So then if I say, child.
Sorry, I'm
I
already
can't do
talking
it,
to Carmen.
Yeah, then it's not a rolling.
No, you haven't discussed anything of substance.
Okay.
It's the
So-
policy discussion, and incidentally, it's my understanding, Josh, you can of course correct me if I'm wrong, but we can all talk about a football game until we're blue in the face, and that's not a rolling forum. It's
vote on it.
it's district business.
So what happens if it's, and I'm sorry for this, I just want to understand.
No, it's important. Ask.
So let's say that something happens, right? Social media, I'm not on social media, so I don't know a lot of stuff that happens. And sometimes she doesn't show me because she knows I'm going to lose my shit. No one knows. So she still shows me something, right? And I'm like, what the heck is this? So then if I text Tiger, or if I text Sarah, or if I text both of them about that thing that hasn't become a thing yet, but could become a thing, would that be a rolling form?
Text both of them, you're
It would
creating
be
a
a rolling forum.
rolling
If it's
forum.
about school.
What happens if it is, but it isn't? It could be.
Then when in
then
doubt,
it is, yeah.
don't do
Yeah.
it.
Can't think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Call Elena. I mean, there is nuance.
But so basically, if it's something that could become school business, then just don't do two texts.
Yeah.
If it looks like school business.
All right.
And if 2 people are working on something and I have questions, go to staff.
Yeah, you gotta go to. And just to say, once upon a time, lady telling stories, the superintendent went through the entire agenda with relevant staff. It was
Each
all,
board member.
it was 2 and 2, and usually the board president at the end.
Yeah.
And to just, Dr. Garcia did that every frickin' meeting for a period.
Mhm.
And it was partly just because we had a board with members I won't name, but everybody can guess, that if she hadn't done that, the meetings would have blown up like nuclear style regularly. It was just a way to get some of those questions, criticisms, and frankly to protect staff in the way that, we've seen it at the city. I think it was Gino when I started here, was like, schools have a real different culture. You don't beat up staff the way the city does, and I love that.
Yeah.
It's really important.
I bet they love it too.
But Dr. Garcia did it that way. She did 3 meetings every time before when things were complicated, to go through it with key staff.
Great.
It's
So
better to ask.
are we ready then to move? I feel like I have some responsibility to move us forward because we've got some time here. Does that feel all right? I think we're probably due for a break. But real quick, on this.
We will have this SOP on a future agenda.
Great, to adopt officially, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah. And the value of that too is that it was left hanging in the board meeting in front of the public, and you can show that you're bringing some closure to it in front of the public as well. I think that's great. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break and refresh ourselves. I would recommend going outside, look at the sky, because when you're in a group like this, sometimes the brain starts to come down like this, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about the press situation and see what we can do to get some clarity on that. Okay. Just to reflect back to you a little bit about that last process of going through the piece with creating policy. What I saw were folks that were being really taking common sense into consideration and able to hear each other and listen to a variety of ideas, and then work through to what does this really mean for us? And that's ideal in a collaborative situation. So let's take that same process, the same way you guys were able to do with this next one that I think is super important. Hanging over, which is how are you as a board? What's the SOP? What are the norms for the press? Carmen, what do you think? I'll start with you. What's your thoughts?
Well, it's never bothered me. That's been the norm, I guess, since I've been on the board.
What do you understand it
To have the president speak to the press as the spokesperson for the board.
Why do you think? Why is that?
I'm not sure why it was put into place. I've been on other boards that's been the practice as well. So it never bothered me when it was that way. And I can speak to constituents. I can do all kinds of things, but I don't speak to the press.
You're also really good at when constituents bring issues to you of just forwarding them on to me.
Well, I don't understand how to answer them. I forward them on to you. Yeah.
Anybody else want to share just some institutional memory on this that might help illuminate the reasons why, and let's get started at the same time. Yeah.
Well, my understanding of it has always been that it has alleviated the pressure from the other board members to be obligated to respond to press inquiries. So that's how I felt really grateful for it when I was especially new on the board. I worked full time. We were in a pandemic. I had 3 kids doing online learning at home. I was responding to dozens of emails a day from constituents in the pandemic, and thank goodness I didn't have to also talk to the press. There have been more than a handful of times that have come up, regardless of who's president, where I've said, hey, so-and-so reached out and I'd like to talk about this. Just giving you a heads up. It's not, I don't even feel like I'm asking for permission, but it's more in keeping in line with that communication and breaking with the norm. Or I'd like to write an op-ed about this. I'm letting you know. Something like that.
And I think that, what was I just going to say? Went away.
We'll come back to you. Definitely, yeah, if he comes back.
I want to underline this.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. Sorry.
Go ahead.
In the newspaper article, he said that Kate reinstituted this process, and she didn't. It's been there the whole time, so it wasn't Kate doing this. Every president that's served while I've been on the board has practiced
Because
that.
we've agreed on those
Yeah.
norms.
What I'd like to do real quick is just hear from Lisa, because you guys were kind of in the center of it, and I'd just like to hear from Ramon real quick about how you see it and what you're thinking, and then we'll go through that.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt, I just want to put this out there because it does speak directly to Tiger. So when Andre called me, and I told him very clearly, it's not a Kate thing, I Andre said Roman didn't follow that, so that's, I'll preface it with that.
Yeah, well, and I'm glad you said what you said, because when I was president, that was the norm, the president would speak. But I think what Andre was, or didn't realize, or taking out of context, or whatever, what he got wrong was, there happened to be a few instances when I was president where there was something that was more direct to one of theirs, and I think you had asked me, that you had said, I'm going to talk to the press on this because of, and so I think he was interpreting that as that wasn't my policy, and it was like, no, that's not the case. There were situations when I was president where, or if
appropriate.
where it was more appropriate, or if it was something specific to someone's district and it was more appropriate.
You would call and say, hey, will you get this?
Yeah, do you want to deal with this? I don't mind doing it. And I know Kate and I have had those discussions too, where it was like, Kate, yeah, I'm not so familiar with this. Do you want to take that on? It's like, sure, no problem.
Okay.
Just to interrupt for a second, folks,
Yes,
sorry. The service kitchen's about to close for lunch today. Would anyone like anything else?
I think we're fine.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then, so Ramon.
So I think he was thinking that I was loose like that, but there was different situations when I was president where it was more appropriate for another board member to talk about it.
Yeah, having been president and kind of like in light of what's been said, do you advocate for this, for the continued in this way? Do you see that there could be a better way?
I think it depends on the situation. I mean, because I like Kate said, with the president, we were very clear. We want one spokesperson on this. You're the president.
The contract.
You do
Yeah.
it. But when Kate's been president, before and now when she was president, if there was something in my district, she would give me the opportunity to address it if I wanted to, and I'd always tell her no. I'd be like, you do it. I don't like talking to the press.
Okay.
So.
Lots of board members feel like it can be a burden. Like
Yeah.
it can feel heavy, and not everybody wants to do it.
Well,
Okay, thanks for your patience.
this is just, I really want to underline it because, well, to me, an important part of the norm is, what I was going to underline what Sarah said, is the accountability. And just so you have somebody kind of knowing the whole picture of what's going on in the press. So for me, it's always been, and we've been very fluid because, and to me, the accountability, and this is the point about my journalism background and lots of work in communications, I actually really want the press to get a quick answer, an interview. I've been there. I know how important it is to get those quotes that you can put in your damn paper or whatever it is. So, it's been about that. It's not been about just speaking for. I mean, Ramon was often like, will you talk to him? Which is, exactly what he said. I don't need to repeat, but this is what was not reported, was not understood. And, I felt like Sarah, whenever I've, wanted to talk to the press or do an op-ed or something, I barely even ask permission. I mean, I think I'd be like, hey, do you have any objections to me doing Richard Eads? I think I called you on that a couple times when you were president. And give him a chance to object because he holds the whole big picture of what's being asked by the press as the board president. But it wasn't like I'm silenced. And I don't think it's ever been that. And truly, at the core of this to me is bad reporting. He did have somebody to talk to. And, the story doesn't exist without, to some extent, a source. But in the end, it also came out of, as Roman outlined, a time that there was an assumption of how things worked. And this is where I see it's really bad reporting. Like, the questions weren't asked. And in the extensive conversations that I've had via text with Andre, he basically said, but it was different under the GO bond. And it's like, yeah. Because every 4 years we do a GO bond and we carve out a whole separate communications thing. And once upon a time it was Andy Manzanares, what's her name? Her firm who was talking to the press. Like, we've done it a lot of different ways. And I believe, like, Sarah and I were asked to basically take on a lot of the GO bond press work
Right.
because we were trying to be proactive about that. So it wasn't like we were just rogue talking to the press. It had been delegated by the president. So, it's, and truly, I just think a responsible reporter, if you have a story like I revised this, you ask why. And that like literally never happened. So, I mean, there's just all these pieces to it, but I don't love that it seems to be publicly wildly misunderstood now, and it hasn't changed, and it isn't a silencing. It is, to me, the norm is most importantly about centralized responsibility and information so that somebody knows what's going on. And again, and then, because board members don't want to, that it's just, so yes, I've been present in the press, but truly that's partly because I want to give them what they need, and I like talking to the press, I like journalists, but it's just, for it to be understood as, frankly, anything having to do with me other than what I feel, and this is just, I mean, I do feel obviously attacked, demonized, lots of unfair things, but it's like, because I actually have been trying really hard to serve the press is the irony here. Like, good God, it's a no good deed goes unpunished thing. So I guess I would say we can talk about the norm as much as we want going forward, especially right now. I don't want to talk to the press.
Well, I guess
I feel burned.
The hard part about this too, though, is there is that piece where we are elected officials, and I can't tell another elected official how to be an elected official. They're independently, and if they want to talk to the press against the norm, well.
And I'll speak to this because I think it's important that, because it looks like I'm the troublemaker. I'm not the troublemaker. I have been writing all my life. I have books out, so you guys know. One of my books has won a regional award. The New Mexicans covered most of my books. And I have been a very frequent op-ed writer over the years. Highly critical of the city, highly critical of various things that go on in the city. I've offered solutions. I've even helped write amendments to ordinances. And I've written them and submitted them to different councils. I grew up at the city, much like Tiger. I started my first real job was at the city of Santa Fe. And so there was a golden age of the city of Santa Fe. It's not good anymore. Also, one of the things that there's a lot of people she answered me, he did what she said to me. So I have been a very frequent writer, and so yes, I won an election. I don't know how I won an election, I'll never know, but I won an election. And so now, because I'm just a normal guy to me, they have access. I have always been, and Nez and I are, I wouldn't say we're friends, but we are friends. She used to work for her and Bernadette Walker, Sabbath Center. I used to go there every morning. And so we've formed like a tenuously friendly relationship over the years. And so I didn't know that there had been this, I didn't know anything about it. And so when I first started, I felt really bad about something that I said from the days, and I wanted to correct the record for my own purpose. I speak for myself. When I behind the press, and when I behind the press, I have a problem with anybody that doesn't know about it. Because I speak for myself. And I will say something else that I want to make it very clear, that if I have a position on something, I'm going to speak to it the way that I feel I need to, with respect to everyone. Now, having said that, I didn't know that there was, so I submitted an op-ed, but then I was advised to say, hey, question the op-ed. So then I retracted it, and I never talked. But I didn't know she had already done an op-ed piece about this a long time ago, about the whole issue. The New Mexican has had an issue with this apparently for a long time, and they hate it with the passionate fervor that they have this president. You've never heard it before? She actually did our review several years ago, and it was very, very like, this is horrible. Milan Rebuild Church was very unfair. I will say that it was extraordinarily unfair. It was absolutely unwarranted. And then he did back the entire board because of it. So, you know, I didn't know what I was walking into. Had I known, I wouldn't have retracted the offset. So I didn't know that there was norm. Again, there was never an onboarding about this stuff. And so I did get that. I do have a plan for that, and I do have a lot of
I've got to
followers.
push back. We did talk about this on the section that I did this year, and maybe it was. Just that there was the norm to go through the test stuff.
See, even at that, right, I keep a block. The block for me is like something that I use for different things for like what I do. Right.
I don't want to get, I just want to say was, you know, it's part of the recording because it's one of the basics.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, it's fine.
And there's a lot to learn about being on a board.
Yeah.
Could have easily missed it.
Yeah, and I mean, I probably did because, you know, there was like a big, from the time the election happened to like January, there was a lot of like, I still can't believe this happened. It
And
was
do
really,
you not remember we talked about it on the superintendent's conference?
I did remember that, and I didn't speak to the press about it.
I know, and when I talked to you, I remember you described Andres. And moments after that, and that was what that conversation that I had was completely in that moment, in that context. Why he printed it this many months later, I think might have to do with the blog, but in the end, you know, again, sort of a series of unfortunate events.
And I want to be very clear, Andre's not, but we do have a very, he's big on Cornell and Mexico. I'm big on Mexico. We have that kind of research very good. So he's not a friend, but we do have a lot of Japanese. So I don't have any problem under certain circumstances with the board president, not Kate, the board president. It has nothing to do with Kate, which is what I did tell him. I have no problem with the board president speaking on behalf of the board in certain circumstances. But I also think we all have a responsibility as elected officials, because none of us are appointed, we're all elected. All of us as elected officials are responsible for building trust in our community that does not exist. That's why I think that thing about being kind is so important, because we have to rebuild trust, and we have to show people like the Archbishop that we can respect each other as we do this. And that's the only way I think we can do it, is by being transparent. It feels to the press that we are hiding behind the board president, which may or may not be the case. But I am a writer, and I have felt very gun shy about writing anything because it's hard to keep off from another half. But there has been a lot of issues that, like this whole thing with the positive noise stuff, I couldn't comment on it because I didn't know if I should or shouldn't. So there's been a lot of like, well, what can I comment on? What can't I comment on? So I'm just going to start what I did tell Andre, and I will stand by this. I'm just going to write, and I'll make a preface to say this has nothing to do with being on the school board. This has to do with being a citizen, because I still even have the right as a citizen to write. So I don't want to give up any rights, but I also want to acknowledge that the board president should speak on behalf of the board in certain circumstances. So I don't think it's an either or. I think it's a nuanced situation. I know you have a lot more experience with that than I do. I can never say that you don't. But I am a writer, and I can't stop being who I am either. So that's kind of where it means.
So, with all due respect, both of the elected office, it's complicated.
I was gonna say the
I
same
mean-
thing, I think one, like, you know, at a certain point, being an elected office does change the mind of a level. Unfortunately, that's just part of the deal. But, because, you know, our, which is,
And if I may, I'm sorry.
well, okay,
Oh.
let me finish real quick, if you can, real quick, yeah. And then, so, and I think there's something he's proposing in sort of underlying the words around a more nuanced version of planning operation. We might want to consider there. That's a little more, or there's communication protocol between people trying to go to the press. Just connecting dots here. I'm not saying we're ready to decide something yet, but
So, with all due respect to you, we've had that in the past, and we can outline it more clearly if we need to now, but this is not new. It's just really not. And truly, like, I have strangely often said to friends of mine, because this came up once before, and again, I don't know why. Maybe it's just that weird thing of the universe that's going to put me in the middle of this. I have always thought I will be the first one to break this, because I'm an independently elected official, and I know a circumstance, I mean, I just said it earlier today, might come up, where I'm just going to be like, okay, sorry, now I got to talk. So it is just, welcome to elected office, complicated. And truly, I appreciate what you say, but please know, dozens, hundreds, thousands of people before you and before me have cared about trust and transparency. And I know that it was unintended consequences, and I really want to acknowledge that. I also want you to know this eroded trust, because some seeds of chaos were sown. And so there was, I have, as I've come to this longer, it's like, how do you think about the first do no harm, because unintended consequences when things get wild. And, you know, again, we're all here. We can make chaos. It happened before on the board. But truly, the collective responsibility, regardless of what we agree with, what nuance or what flexibility, is ultimately what I believe we have to hold together, and to try to do our best with that laser focus on, for me, I mean, truly, in this whole episode, I wanted to say a lot of things, but the laser focus is what's best for the district, and what is best for the kids we serve in the district, and what is best for the district in terms of the actions I take. And in the end, there is no perfect road. There is no perfect set of norms. We all have to make judgments as independent elected officials, humans, community members, and that's it. That's what's simple.
So, but
We're the only elected people.
But I want to talk about, I want to speak to people. First, what you said about an elected official and training writing, that absolutely is being recorded. I hope no one gets a hold of that comment, because that's an extremely dangerous comment. I strongly believe that whenever we decide to put ourselves in harm's way, that's what an election is putting yourself in harm's way, whether you're a candidate or whether you win, you are putting yourself in a position of judgment. And I know that fully to about election office. We are exposing ourselves to various forms of judgment. And we have the I believe I have the responsibility, because part of why I won was because I do it. And so that was part of the reason why I won. If you look at the analytics about how I did it, it's because I wrote regular emails to people directly. So because I write, that is why I won. Now, to your point, Kate, this whole idea of trust, if you look at what was in the paper, and if you look at what started this whole thing, and I don't know how people talk to you, but I strongly believe we need to look at policy. I've said it here. I've said it all the time. We need to look at policies. We need to do a better job of policy. I have said that. But that's not a personal shot to the board. That's a fact. Board policies haven't been updated since 2012. That's not a shot to anybody. And I have never taken a personal shot to you. Now, you did say something to me. I'm not going to stay on the record what you said. However, I want to make it very clear that I think you alluded to something that was going on in the community that's no longer going on. I had nothing to do with it. I never would have had anything to do with that crap. Any type of anonymous things that happen, I don't do anonymous. You see me coming from a mile away. No one's going to ever doubt where I'm coming from. So if you have lost trust, I understand why you would. I can appreciate that. However, I want to make it very, very, very clear that my only consideration here is what's best for the district. Because I will tell you, it's not a simple thing to know what's best. And nobody in here can collectively as a writer, I feel it's my responsibility to be who I am, because then I would be lying to myself and it's not myself. So I apologize for the fact that, you know, it got back to you that I don't like the way that we do policy. However, that got back. However, I would not do anything personally to anybody in the room, even to my worst enemies who have done things. I will not do anything. I give you a hardcore example of somebody I have not attacked that has harmed me. I will not do it. I attacked Alan Weber for his policy, and not as a person. He said directly to me that I could have exposed that I did. So I'm telling you, I would not harm you or anybody else in this direction. If I have something to say to you that's harmful, I will tell you. Because the reality is that Tiger and I have not always gone, we've never seen eye to eye in everything over the years. There's been things that have happened that have been like, both ways. But because I respect him, it's like, yeah, I get it. And I think because he respects me, he's like, yeah, I get it. That's the way that it is. I'm not going to be perfect. I'm not going to always get perfect thing. But in terms of talking to the press, not something that's right. I don't really give a shit about the press. If they call me, if it's something I feel comfortable talking about, if it's not going to violate the agreement we made, I'll answer the question. I have nothing to hide from anybody. And if anybody wants to ask me anything directly about what I'm thinking of, I'll speak to you directly. But this trust issue, that's something that I think you're going to have to resolve, because I'm going to do what I have to do as an elected official. That's our end goal is not at all. Everything that you have said, debate, policy-wise, I've always supported. You're almost always right. So I have never had a thing that you said about what actually feel. Never. If I did, you would know. So this whole thing from policy and execution, I have no problem with anybody. All I'm saying, what I told Andre was, yeah, I'm gun shy about writing on my blog, which is fair. And I don't think that an elected official can, if anything, can make it more accountable.
That's right. Thanks for that. I appreciate you talking out on that as well. What I mean is, it's strange to be able to say things without more complication, without the potential for complication. Right? It's not at all about censorship or anything. It's really about like it's the responsibility of where you're at. Like it makes you think a little bit like twice about how it's going to come compared to where I'm at, and that's where that can feel a little constrained. And that not that there's actually some sort of like formal constraint for sure. And how do we work with this now going forward? Because I think there's something here where you want to have your voice, right? There is, when I hear a majority of people feel that it could be important to have one voice in the majority of what comes from the board here. So how do we hold those two things together?
Well, I really want to honor the experience of being a writer, because I haven't written books, but I write a lot, and I spend a lot of time thinking about things. And my last comment about the norm in, I think it was 2023, was that my practice, say what I have to say in the public meeting. And what that has often meant during really challenging and, things that have got attention in the community is to write it out ahead of time and read it during the meeting and then go home and post it on my social media, on my board page. Like, not everyone is going to listen to the meeting. Not everyone is going, like, I can't rely on journalists to capture the full essence of a 5-minute thing that I read in the meeting. So I'll just put it out there, but I do it first in the public meeting. So that's a practice that I've taken when it feels really important to me, saying a big chunk of the stuff that I feel really passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's a good practice. For me, I don't know how this became that I want to talk to the press. I have no interest in talking to the press in general. I just don't also like things, because I'm going to tell you the truth. When Andre asked me, it wasn't even about the superintendent. It was something else. I think you have to look at on. I felt icky. That's the truth. The reason I felt icky is because I felt like I was hiding something. I didn't like that because I have nothing to hide. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I have nothing to hide. So this isn't me a norm about me. This isn't a norm about me. This is a norm about how the board operates in terms of communication with external agents. That's what it, for me, I'm a writer. In respect to what Sarah said, that's not a bad idea. It's just that certain things happen. And the Amira thing happened, and the EJ thing happened about 2 to 3 years. And I thought to myself, well, wow, like, we do need to kind of think about this. And actually, I got told about how that came about, and why I didn't do it. I'll just tell you why I put a post up about it. Because somebody told me that the district should have donated that whole site to a church. That, like, and I was getting a bunch of heat about it. I said, I'm not going to give, I would never support giving anything to private organizations. The second thing was the Amira thing. That is horrible, and I thought that I needed to speak to it all ahead of time. I knew it was going to get. It may not have, but I want to be very clear that it could get to us. That's where I'm coming from. I didn't know if it was going to get to us. But E.J. Martinez, 2 to 3 years, as well as giving it to a private I'm not going to ever do anything for a private interest group ever. For anybody who thinks that I would, I want to make it clear that I would. But it has nothing to do with you or anything else. That's why I put that.
Anybody.
And he could talk to one of us about it, but not
Right.
more than one. If somebody else reached out and said, I want to talk about your blog, he'd have to, no, I want to talk to somebody else.
I think I was getting a little more granular with like specific, like, so we know where you stand on Amira because we read your blog. And so that's not in any ways of them knowing where other members stand.
If a board member posts on Facebook, or whenever, or comments on that post.
Okay.
I just want to say something. You know, I've worked with a lot of boards, and as elected, and my advice has always been like, make sure that you're saying, hey, I'm elected on my behalf. As I understand the norm, the board really owns the However, if you guys are in executive session, in there and say, board president, you're on behalf of the commission. That board president is aware of the discussion. People aren't. The board president and then speak about it. And so the advice that I've always given is make sure you know which happens. I understand it's hard. I could take off from work and go to a board meeting and just say, hey, I'm here as a citizen of Mexico in this district, and I want to I can. I think that the thing, try to make it clear how yourself as an elected official, as opposed to making it on.
That's where some of it came from, right? It was, the board member spoke at some point, spoke, it sounded not the whole board decided, and there were 4 other members who didn't feel it, and included all.
But, okay, so if there's going to continue to be a norm, you just said that, well, maybe the norm is the board president speaks on something that's an action the board does. Because she or he is speaking for the board. If we haven't taken action yet, and the press calls one of us because it's an item coming up, what's the norm? We can talk about it.
Well,
At
and
our own
what the
peril, at our
context,
own-
what the context of that is, because undoubtedly that norm exists for a reason, because papers will poll members prior to a vote. And then,
But that's
the
different
public,
than
the public
speaking.
knows who's.
But that's different than speaking for the board on something the board's already.
For sure.
Yeah. Well,
So
and
you
this
can't.
is-
So that I wouldn't have violated the norm if I would have had a talk with the press on an issue we haven't worked on.
I mean, I would say it would be like to inform the board president, but
Because maybe that's what we need to do. We need to have a better, clearly defined norm that even the New Mexican understands, so that because they're acting like if you are silencing me or someone silencing me from talking
or
before
because
an
it
issue.
seems different when you were
Exactly.
president to when I was
Yeah.
president. It must be.
And maybe if they understood what it was, is no, like what Josh said, no, the norm is just the president speaks on behalf of the board when there's something the board has decided.
And again, I think it matters, but there is an understanding from the board members that, not everybody has to make sure the press gets an answer. Even if the answer is no comment. But the board president does. Or will work with the superintendent. I think the superintendent, has always had this sort of parallel thing with the press. The superintendent does not have to talk to anybody on the board to talk to the press. And I believe strongly in that. You've got to be able to do the job. The district's got to be able to run. They've got to be able to manage the thing. And, so there's a lot to it. But ultimately, what Sarah's saying, I think, is important. That there has been a little more to it because of the whole of the board ahead of time, takes away important powers of the meeting, where ideally they can listen to each other and might change our
But there
minds.
again, though, there's the slippery slope of telling us how to be
Yeah, well, and that's
independently
why I
elected
just think
officials.
in the end, it really does come down to, I mean, as we're president, when I've been board president, somebody's like, well, how are you going to, what do you think is going to happen? I'm like, we're going to wait for the board meeting.
Well, that's what
Right.
I mean, you could.
But, and I think I worry that talking to the press, and this is fully my just opinion, not how I think things should be, but the way that I've grown to have comfort over this is that my concern with talking to the press before a vote undermines the work that we do as a public. That is the place to have those discussions, and that's why I've said what I've said, and it's truly what I've worked to build and foster and create, and that's how I build trust with the community, so that they know I will say what I mean in one place, in that public meeting. And again, if it's important, I will write it up and post it publicly so that they can see the whole content.
I just don't want it to feel like we're silencing another. But how do we communicate that though to the press so we don't get beat up?
And again,
on
it's
that?
just
This is
how
a
it works
political
for me.
loser.
Yeah,
It really is.
Well, and I think it's definitely situation specific. I would like us to have an agreement with the board in a board meeting, in an open meeting, or a public meeting, and one of those things for the sake of transparency, but sometimes it feels like elected officials, you can't do that. Life goes on, and I also want to be clear, I think you're right, about getting clarity expressed good, but it's their job to ask questions and try and prod us into answering.
But if we're not answering because there's a board norm,
Then
we're not.
Then they're not doing their job. We're not doing ours.
Well, again, the norm comes down to.
Because they're going to argue with you, Kate. They are trying to, because that's why they're going to each of us individually with their questions.
No part of my job
And-
as an
and then I'm
elected
saying-
official means I have to talk to the press. So I don't view that as my job.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
But I may view it as mine.
I don't think.
I mean,
I agree with both people. I don't think that is my job. I don't care about that. What I do care about is there are issues that emerge, and because of just different things in my role in the community, we are going to have to deal with certain issues eventually, right? We may not. The superintendent may be able to solve the problem ahead of time, right? Or work on a particular issue to solve the problem ahead of time. And I never have. We don't have to deal with it individually. I don't want that data. Superintendent knows what I'm talking about. because it is a real issue, and I don't really talk about, I go to the community comes up, I go to her, all, may speak to it or I may not, but there is an issue coming up. Sarah, we may not forget the opportunity to speak up. And I hope, and I think you will. I think you are going to be forced to go, especially for election. I hope we don't, and I hope I'm very wrong. I've been holding back on speaking to the issue because it's very sticky and personal. But if we never get to talk about it today, I may be forced to talk about it on my blog because I may have a choice to answer to these people. If that happens, of course, I'll let everybody know. But we are going to have to deal with the issue eventually. But if we don't, we'll never have gone publicly and.
So, I want to go back to what you said, just because I want to be clear. I am not asking for even necessarily to agree a concrete norm about not talking to the press ahead of the meeting, but I really feel very strongly that the specifics of each and every moment matters, and that it is the press's responsibility. Not just that it'll happen, but it is their responsibility to try and draw it out. But I do think it's worth some sort of, I would like to know, and if anybody doesn't want to say how they feel on this, that's fine, but I would love to know from board members if we can at least agree that what Sarah said, what Sarah outlined, doing business in board meetings, okay, that's, again, and because I don't want to, it's just what you said, maybe you think, oh God, here it goes again, I'm saying something that somebody's going to want to be silencing the board. It's not that, but I do think there are best practices. And, if we want to just say, actually, ahead of any vote, it's a frickin' free-for-all, we can. And I like an explicit agreement for that, but I do think it's best practices to do board business in board meetings.
Yeah, I agree, but again, as an independently elected official, I can talk to the press whenever I want, really.
Yes,
That's
you
the
can.
bottom line. I mean, it really is. And if we're not going to all be unanimous in a board norm, then I don't think it works, because then the one who isn't looks like the hero out there in the press and everywhere, and the rest of us look bad. And
Or like we're being silenced.
or that one's being silenced.
I
That's
agree
the-
with this one.
Right.
That's a scenario.
Here's a proposal I'm thinking about this, that I'm not sure this is very, but just trying to get against the law. Which is that you could have a person in those sessions where you're taking action, especially in executive session. You could decide in that meeting, a particular person who kind of knows the situation the best, that they're the ones that are going to go tell the press. Keep it specifically. One of the images of being just the president, right? Is that then they also sort of have power over the schedule, of the agenda and other things. It starts to look like what press. They want it to be super black and white because there's not a lot of drama. It doesn't make it great. So that's why the press. So more you kind of take away the black and white from them, helpful, because it's really what you're wanting. You're wanting to, that might be right. You just take it specific issue by issue, or some version of it. Could you have a rotating press?
I mean, we did it before. The last time that talk got mad, I think Sarah became our designated spokesperson. We could do lots of things.
Doesn't fix all the problems.
But honestly, you're just who wants to talk about it?
That's me, I'm a team player. I'm going to get on board with the team. What you just said though is right. Though. There has to be someone though when things are hot that we can.
Well, and plenty of
That's
stuff
gotta
comes
go
up
to
in
and-
between.
on first,
board action.
'Cause you're right,
or
I don't wanna be-
executive session, that who's drawing the straw. And,
yeah,
and
exactly.
if two people are out of state traveling for work and the other one has a sick kid at home, we can't all go, not me.
Yeah.
Which is why this
Well,
exists.
and sometimes that's why you have a board president.
Yeah.
That comes with the, that comes with the authority, and that's the other thing too. Maybe if you want to be that spokesman, then you need to step up and run for board president, get the two votes, and then take on that responsibility and that role, board president.
Yeah, we could designate somebody else. I do actually think that the accountability, because if it's like, if every time an issue comes up and Joe or the superintendent has to be like, all right, who's speaking on this? And everybody's silent.
When it's, especially when it's controversial, if somebody doesn't want to stick their neck out, that's the person
Then
who
we've
does it.
actually weakened our responsiveness to the press. Again, the accountability has always been an important part of this, maybe the most important part. It's not been the talked about part in recent articles.
So, to be clear, press is going to communicate.
Yes.
Totally
different. That very clear. Constituent communication is something that I've been communicating with public for really. And anytime that you put yourself out in public forum, you're going to get criticized. I've been dealing with that for I'm okay. Constituent communication. Press, I don't care. Honest to God, I don't care. If Karma wants to be the press person, if Tiger wants to be, hey, I don't care. The press, the New Mexican is one. But constituent communication for me is much.
So
totally different.
you'll agree to a board norm.
The board norm for talking to the press, I have no problem with it at all. I'll even be unanimous on a board resolution or norm or ordinance, whatever we want to call it, about talking to the press. But talking to the constituency is not talking to the press.
No, it's not, and it's totally different. We all talk to our constituents.
Right. But sometimes, because I am a writer, and there is from a constituent, I have to write about it publicly. That's not the press.
So is writing an op-ed the same thing? Does it follow a press norm, or does it fall under you talking to your
That's the
constituents?
press. Well, op-eds are press.
So, yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I have no problem not writing an op-ed. But if the second somebody tells me I can't write on the blog, that's a different. I'll give away everything. Actually, I don't care less. But I will not stop writing.
Has someone asked you to stop writing on your blog? Or one of us?
Nobody in this room, but it was like strongly in a different way. And so I'm not going to stop. I mean, I
don't see how that's any different than someone having their own space.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I don't have
Different
Facebook. I don't do
forms.
any of that. And the reason I'm talking, the reason why is because I'm being back to the corner that we may not get to talk about. That's all.
It
I
sounds
don't
like
think we're
it
talking
sounds like
about
he doesn't want to bring it up. That's that. So let's, okay. So it sounds like folks are okay with the norm. You hearing that?
If we could, but let's, like, what is going to be the norm? What's the norm?
I think
Somebody else
I just, like, I hear you, and I don't think I would ever ask you to stop writing on your blog, but I do think that it's really important to hear what Zach said earlier, that you have to keep an awareness of the consequences and impact.
I look at the legal
Like-
implication. I do if I write something.
Right,
I'm going to
not
write something.
but relational, like,
Right.
and that, it is an important trust piece, and it's trust with the community, and it's trust with all of us, and is it serving the purpose that we're here for?
Right, and I just want to ask anybody who's read that post that caused that caused stuff. You read the blog. Did I say anything about anybody? Did I say anything in terms of anything that jeopardized our business?
I didn't read it.
All I
I
said
didn't
was
read it. I don't read
I said was, is I won't vouch to a special interest group when it comes to public property. I will not ever, I will always pursue district business first, district gain if there's a property. That's my position. I also spoke about Amira. I think Amira is extremely dangerous. I believe.
But I know that you've also told Senator Trujillo that we're doing housing. We've never voted
I
on
didn't
that.
say that.
She told me that.
She told me. No. But she asked, should EJ be used for housing? And I said, I don't see why not. That's
She
the
told
truth.
me. She told me that
might
you.
have even been the one. Because we talked about it in the committee meeting. That's the only time I talked about housing. We talked about it in the committee. That was on physical committee or workforce. That's the only. I don't know what. It's a meeting that I got invited to. So she asked because she's looking for a place for housing. And said, could EJ Martinez? I said, sure. Could Knob Elementary? Sure, why not? Because that's state property. They could do whatever they want. They can tell us they're going to take it anyway. So I'm not going to tell a senator, but that's the truth. It was there when I. So the reality is that I'm not going to say anything that jeopardizes anybody's business or anybody's position on it. So I want to be very clear that my focus is the district. My focus is supporting the superintendent in her initiative. I believe that we have the right group of people, I believe that we are going in the right direction. That's what I care about. There are things in the community that are brewing that I don't care about, that I'm going to take the fight of. I'm going to see how it's.
Okay. So it sounds to me like we're in some kind of a here. You guys might be a little
Kate said though she didn't want to talk to the president.
Well, but
And
truly,
you're a
you've already,
president. You're gonna
and
have to.
it's fine, and I don't mind the accountability, but, I asked you to talk to Daniel Chacon when he went to do the roundhouse. I asked Sarah to talk to the 505 Amatic and Amira. There we go. That's how it's working now.
So as a default, sounds like, so as a default, we leave it to the president. Is that, I'm worried about that? Unless
Yeah.
otherwise discussed?
Yeah.
Or how are we qualifying the type of action?
I mean, again, I think it's primarily accountability, speaking on behalf of the board,
Anytime speaking on behalf of the board.
and that's about it.
Well, and I just I have another example because I know that these things come up. I went and spoke in favor of a housing bill during the legislative session. I said, here's who I am. I'm here speaking as a community member. I support this bill. And as I walked out from the committee hearing, the reporter grabbed me and said, you're on the school board, blah, 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 and asked me a specific question about that. And I said, here's what we are doing as a school district, all stuff that's already in the public realm. And then I shot a text and said, just FYI, I got cornered by a reporter. Here's what I said. Because I view the board president as the person holding all of that communication, and I don't want her to read about it and be like, oh, I didn't know you went for an interview. No, this was the situation.
Or they're going to call her
Yeah.
for follow-up. She has a heads up.
Yeah.
And hey, it's not permission, it's not constraint, it's just, it is what it is.
Better communication about what's out there. And what's not.
But it worked perfectly. Truly. I mean, until recently, it's been nuanced. It's been.
So generally, the board president speaks on behalf of the board for the sake of accountability. When speaking publicly, it's important for a board member to identify who they represent, speaking in the capacity of an individual or as a board member, and notify the board president to speak to the president. Again, it's not permission constraint, it's courtesy and
About board business. I would just
correct about board business.
So it's missing important, which is the agreement word accountability, again, it gets the press what they need. It's not just about speaking on behalf
To
of the board.
respond
Of course,
to
it's
press inquiries.
the accountability gets for ensuring
During press.
press
Get
responsiveness.
timely news, right? Get timely news from the board. So I think that's important.
No, but it's just, I mean, if somebody wants to call and ask about Cheetos, like, somebody should answer them. It's not, I mean, it doesn't matter if we've encouraged, the press can ask whatever they want, and they should. And then, at least in order to be responsive, which is an important principle of press relations, somebody says, actually, no, we're not going to comment on Cheetos. Like, or is Coke or Pepsi better? That's not, we're not going to comment on this. Or, in my view, a board president could say, while this may be an important issue, whatever, you can have fun with it, you can do lots of things. But again, accountability, it's not just, it is ensuring responsiveness. It's not necessarily you have to speak to the press on behalf of the board, because I may say, hey, Sarah, how about you speak to the press on behalf of Mira, because she was much more in it. And she was a better spokesperson, which is great. And so it is not,
Well, you wouldn't speak about cybersecurity.
Right. Exactly. So again, it's like, generally, it's the board's president's role to speak on behalf of the board on board business when action is taken. But really, the most important piece, and to me this is really critical, that goes above it, is the most important piece of the norm is that the board president has accountability for their being responsive.
No. I mean, the reality is, I get the reason why you're saying it. I totally understand how to do the press. I don't have a desire to talk to the press. It is an issue of, as a citizen, though, we do have to be aware of our hats. I do think Josh's point, that's the most important thing, is to understand our hats and our responsibilities.
She had that in there pretty well.
So I have no other issue.
Read it one more time, and then we want to bring this for adoption. Officially like the other one? How do you want to do the best with it?
I don't.
I don't think we should be.
We'll leave the fund.
Here. Because we're all independent elected officials and might just.
Yeah. Take over for me. Check out for the day. Is there anything for me? Or a question, sir, to us?
No, thank you,
Thanks,
Michael.
Mike. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I take that report from you?
We haven't filled it out yet because we have a purchase order for today, so we're trying to figure out exactly how that's getting.
There is a account number that I have, but I have been requested to get a headset.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it. We're done on that. Is there, can you read it one more time, Glenn? Just for the,
Yeah.
everyone to see.
Monkey wording on the first. We have 4 bullets. To ensure responsiveness, the board president generally speaks on behalf of the board for the sake of accountability, to respond in a timely manner. Number 2, the board president may ask other board members to speak on an issue on which they are more personally knowledgeable or engaged. Number 3, when speaking publicly, identify whom you represent. Are you speaking in your capacity as a board member? And 4, notify the board president to speak to the press about board business. As a courtesy. Yeah.
Where should this be?
I'll hold on. If that would be all right.
Yeah, I mean, I think let's create a record. All
Yeah,
of us.
send it by email. Okay.
Good.
Got it.
Okay. Moving into our closing. Like, unless there's anything pertinent. Take one of these, pass it around. Come on, Joe, got one for you too.
Where
You
did
know it's
you
coming.
get the peacock feathers?
Yeah, is that legal?
Linda Hickey had them from somewhere she found she was away of anything.
Well, if you ever need more,
Oh, yeah, you have one.
you do.
All right.
Because I had peacocks. That's
Did
how
you
I
really?
got them.
That's awesome.
That.
Fun fact.
You not have them anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a couple of you have done it.
The bobcat.
Jamie, Christine, and Rhonda have done this once before. So don't spoil it, okay?
Okay.
Guys? All right. Pretend like you haven't done it. All right. So I'm going to ask you to stand up for a second. Okay. And you got to move around just a little bit. Okay. I don't know where my... Okay. So, what you're going to do is you're going to put the bottom in the center of your palm. You're going to look at where the peacock feather meets your palm and let go with your other hand and try to keep it as best you can. Do what you can. Keep your eyes there, your center of the palm. Keep your eyes on the center of the palm. Yeah. Okay? How's it going? Guys, that's a little squirrely. Let's see what you got. Horseman over there. He's good, he's good. All right. So, now, take a look at the top of the beautiful peacock feather. Do the same. Keep your eye. Great.
You just need some tape and scissors for you.
Did you all do better?
Yes.
Good to do. Okay. So once again, we all have our eyes looking up. But this is like, the analogy is like when we're in our own work, just owning our own agenda, right? It's tricky to keep the whole system going. We look up at the whole thing. Get a chance to make a little nuanced adjustment, right? So this way I'm going to move it to with us all looking up together at that larger system that we've identified here so well today. These little challenging details that create like potential messes and complications, but none of happen. Handle these well today. We're well informed in these everything. That's these little adjustments. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. But if we keep the eye on the prize, nothing we can. So, I was like, while we're standing, go ahead and put your. What is one thing what's some reflection that you hope to take with you or from something we've been over before, came from our work with a priority, something resonating with you?
I like the process of going through all of these, slightly adding what we thought was missing.
I feel like this is how our students thrive. 45 days.
Yeah.
We are here for the kids. There were times throughout the day where we were brought back, or I was brought back. About
As a new kid on the block, but someone who's been around the block, I just want to offer my respect for the five of you. This is the first opportunity I've had to be with you, and I respect your ability and desire to take on part of it.
I really appreciate you all being here. I think I said to you, I think it's really important that we have a team that listens forward, for it, each of us, and the relation, it all together. It can be a very lonely role, at the sort of point where the world pivots between the board, who are elected officials, and the community, and the organization that is a lot of hardworking, talented, spoken people. And I'm really glad. I know it was last minute that it all come. Just again and again, to me, the exercise is a collective one. And so because it really strengthens that, I think if we are good at doing that, none of us are particularly shy or insecure about knowledge or anything like that. And it makes us a strong board. And I guess my reflection is that and there is almost no such thing as overly good communication. I've never seen it as someone who really does feel like my whole job from the beginning to now is actually as a communication person, writing and other things, messaging, strategy, all of that, and the basis of that is always talking about things together, and perhaps more importantly, listening to each other and really trying to appreciate the agreements at the beginning and that but the agreements at the beginning are the right ones, which includes the listening piece and listening actively and openly. So, yeah.
My big takeaway is always that I sometimes sit in awe of our listeners because they are intelligent, human resource, volunteering to serve our most complex community, and that's our students. So when I hear this civic discourse, it's so much this kind of stuff, but it's also very important that you're able to have those discussions. Hopefully, a lot of people like that. Just kind of over.
I really appreciate your willingness to engage in those like conversations, and that's something that we've had internally. Because if you don't talk about things, and you don't address the things, and then we don't improve. And so having conversations model that.
11. I just want to say, the other night we were there on Thursday, excuse me, for the meeting, and sitting there with the new team at that table, felt like it was like the new season of a sports team, right? We have the guys have graduated, go on, and now we have a new team, and we're ready to take on the season and to hopefully have a winning season. Really exciting. So that was pretty cool. Coming from me starting my junior year with this school, that it was really cool to feel that excitement at the table. So just letting you know, I'm really excited. It was really cool to be able to see you guys talk, kind of know the why of what's being done, the behind the scenes stuff. So like, gives me a behind the scenes, like I know why that's happening. That was what I got out of it too today.
Just a reminder of how the work is hard. but at the same time, support the community and the kids. That's really what we're trying to do. Make kids, proud of themselves. For them to pursue our product of our community. And that's powerful. And just to remind ourselves that is what we're holding. Peacock and looking down. My father all over the way, looking at my hand. It's problem. This problem. Looking up. Moving on.
You're still winning season.
Yes.
Yeah. Hashtag.
I would just echo what I heard. All of the board, all years of it. I wish I could go out and shout it. So that's before I had a feeling of it, but it just, I think it's trying to like get what this conference like very directly apart for having meetings with the soups that come in and the deputy soup figure out how we can really create a whole larger transformation process experience together. Kind of understanding why we didn't have the right team. Thanks for your trust.
All right, real quick, advanced planning, no changes?
No changes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Put that
All
on
right, enjoy
259.
your weekend.